guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break one line for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Blacktown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
Well, as Big Moose said, we're going to do it all again. And here we go. Hi there. Back at it just like that. Weren't we just here? The days are flying by. Somebody this past day told me time flies when you're having fun. Are we having fun yet? So we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. We'll work our way from zone to zone, east to west, into a Thursday. Closing out Hum Day, 10th day of February coming on here. Hope your week's going well. So as they say, welcome in, welcome aboard, right out of the box here. It's been a relatively, I guess you'd call it headache-free kind of week. You know, once we recovered from the big nasty winter storm last weekend, as we're now heading into Thursday, most of the icy scenarios have finally been cleaned up. I did notice one thing outside the secret bunker areas, especially like grassy areas that still had some of that sleet. You get the daytime heating, because we'd been up, I think, close to 50 degrees. And then the sun goes down and things start to freeze over, and it turns into that really, really slick as snot kind of ice, even walking around in grassy areas. So be careful in some of those parking lots and whatnot that may still have you contend with that melting, then refreeze, and you do it all over again. But beginning to see a lot more patches of grass, or, well, the grass is in hibernation, or like dirt, brown spots out there. But meanwhile, a couple of little disturbances tonight. We'll be talking about some rain. That's not bad. Rain better than snow. Over in West Virginia, looks like central and the north central West Virginia areas, say east of Charleston, east of Parkersburg. You got some rain moving on up into just south of Wheeling, West Virginia. Then on up into northeast Ohio, northwestern Pennsylvania, from just east of Cleveland down into the Akron area. Again, to the adjoining counties in northwestern PA. Most of this is just very light shower activity. Maybe a few flakes of snow in east central portions of Illinois tonight. Looks like our next disturbance back into Kansas, south central Nebraska. Most of this is in the form of rain. I'm looking at a few flakes of snow there on the eastern side of this. They get back into eastern Colorado as well. Mostly just plain old rain at this hour, and it's scattered about, and it's all east of Denver and east of Pueblo over toward the Kansas line. So we'll keep an eye on things as we get into Thursday now. So the weekend is just around the corner, right? And our potential next storm, they've been talking about this all week long now. Forecasters keeping a close eye on a new blast of Arctic air, which could bring us another potential winter storm along the East Coast into the weekend and early next week. We've been enjoying the warmer temperatures prior to that next cold wave arriving. As I mentioned, we saw temperatures close to 50 degrees this past day. You're dealing with temperatures climbing into the 50s along the eastern seaboard. 30s and 40s over the Appalachians in the Northeast, which is going to continue through Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So running well above normal, 10 to 20 degrees above normal in many areas. But that transition, once again, winter's not done with us yet, to colder weather. Going to set the stage for a storm to develop, strengthen, then attempt to make that northward turn over the western Atlantic as we head through the weekend, and looks like more of a Sunday into Monday kind of system. All right, so there's two separate systems out there, northern jet stream, southern jet stream, and still a lot of uncertainty, but even if the storm doesn't sneak up the East Coast, we could be looking at a period of snow or a wintry mix occurring across portions of the Carolinas and southeastern Virginia Sunday into early Monday. Charlotte, North Carolina, Greenville, South Carolina, maybe Norfolk, Virginia, have all had a significant amount of snow so far this winter. Anywhere from 180 to 250% of the average season snow to date. All right, if this system does manage, and we see some accumulation Sunday into Monday across parts of the Atlantic seaboard, all this warm air we've seen in the recent days leading up to this should melt on contact much of the snow as it begins to fall, especially if it begins falling during the daylight hours. But the Arctic air is going to arrive regardless of how this storm behaves, and it's going to serve as a reminder. As I said, old man winter's not done yet. Matter of fact, the halfway point of the season just recently occurred. Average highs in mid-February range from low to mid-20s in the northern tier of the Midwest and New England. You typically see maybe upper 50s in Atlanta, mid 60s over into Houston. As this next batch of cold air sweeps in over the weekend, those highs are going to dip into the single digits and teens again. Oh no, they're not kidding about another Arctic blast. In the northern tier of the country, single digits and teens. Atlanta, you're going to probably be back into the 40s for highs, maybe just 50s in Houston. Now, even with this reality check, it's not going to be as cold as some of these recent Arctic blasts that we've seen. And I like the fact they're telling us it's only going to last a day or two. All right, so a short blast of cold air. Mentioned last evening, this very well could be the last significant dose of Arctic air for Texas and the southern plains this winter season. Elsewhere around the country, we'll be kind of bouncing up and down as we head toward the transition of the seasons. Winter, headed toward spring. And we also mentioned last evening the warm temperatures out west. By this point in time, a lot of people have already made their way to California. Super Bowl weekend is almost here, and they've actually got a heat advisory. Yeah, a wintertime heat advisory for like the first time in 16 years. Now, they're saying this could be a record high temperature at the Super Bowl as Super Bowl 56 kicks off Sunday afternoon. About game time, you add in the heat index, humidity with the actual temperature, probably going to be close to 90 degrees at SoFi Stadium. So it's going to be a warm one out there. The National Weather Service on Tuesday actually issued a heat advisory for the second half of the week, which we're into it now, despite the fact that we're still in February here. Monday, the National Weather Service had actually issued an excessive heat watch for some of those same areas. They say that's the first excessive heat watch issued in California between the months of November and March, according to the Iowa Environment Mesonet. All right, while warmer weather not really uncharacteristic there in Southern California, they're also going to be running 15 to 20 degrees above normal for this time of year. That's what's prompting the warning, so just be aware for those that are going to be celebrating and attending some of the activities and festivities outside the stadium leading up to the big game. Hey, we're counting down the days. I saw someone on our stream chat just a few moments ago said 4 days, just 4 days till the Cincinnati Bengals are champions. You've got confidence, and I hope you're right. Okay, there you go. We've got more on Super Bowl activities coming up here. Wanted to jump over and say hello to some of our friends as we check in out of the box here. Welcome aboard again, of course, to our regulars with OvernightDriveRadio.com, where we've been for just over a year now. And, of course, just this week joining up with our friends at TNCRadiolive.com. Well, I'm sorry, TNCRadio.live. There you go, TNCRadio.live. Good to be on board. And yeah, I was able to get up and spend an hour with Tom Kelly and Shelley Johnson this past afternoon, that 4 to 5 o'clock Eastern time, 3 to 4 Central time. Had a good conversation. I hope I did justice for the interview there, but spent the whole hour with them. That was enjoyable. An opportunity for Shelley and Tom to introduce me to some of the daytime audience there at TNC or TNCRadio.live and invite some of those daytime listeners that, hey, we've got overnight programming. So 24-hour a day, trucking-related programming there on TNCRadio.live. Hello to Heavy D, checking in out of the box here. Welcome to the Overnight Drive crew. Stay safe, keep on trucking. Larry always says, good afternoon. All hammer down and be safe. Yeah, for us night owls, it is kind of like heading into the afternoon here. Richard's on board from Central Florida, 49 degrees. Hello, Steve. Where's Colton? Colton should be in bed tonight. He's going back to school in the morning, remember? First day after, 10 days out of school. COVID protocol. David checks in. Cold and icy in New Jersey tonight. And he's the one. There you go. 4 days until the Bengals are world champions. Hooday! All right. Carrie says, I missed last night's program. Any updates? What's going on in Canada with the trucks blocking the highways? Well, let me tell you what. We'll get to some of our other listeners. Let's jump right to that because I do have the update. Things are still really pretty messy. The update from the Detroit News, which the latest update I could find was a little after 4 o'clock this past afternoon, so about 7 hours ago. But they do tell us closures at the Ambassador Bridge with the protest are having a ripple effect for commercial drivers and traffic on Michigan's freeways. Here's what you need to know, they tell us. Okay, by now we're all pretty much aware. Protesters had blocked access to and from the Ambassador Bridge between Detroit and Windsor on Monday. Windsor police reporting heavy traffic blocking the bridge. Both the U.S. and Canadian sides were closed overnight Monday into Tuesday. So let's move forward. What is currently open? Some lanes of travel opened from Canada onto the bridge just before 6 in the morning Tuesday. Windsor police then declared it fully open from Canada just before 6 p.m. Tuesday. Now, this past day, Wednesday, Windsor officials said lanes were occasionally restricted onto the bridge, but access has been retained. Now, what is closed? Closed currently. The bridge from the U.S. side still inaccessible. The Michigan Department of Transportation closed ramps from both northbound and southbound I-75 Monday evening, and they remain closed. What about alternatives here? Of course, there is the Detroit-Windsor Tunnel. That would be for non-commercial vehicle traffic, though, because non-commercial traffic can cross the Detroit into Windsor via the tunnel. The Blue Water Bridge, authorities have been directing that commercial traffic in the U.S. to Port Huron. But obviously, with the increase in traffic, it's causing significant delays. Protests have been threatened for Wednesday, this past day, in Sarnia, according to some of the media reports on the Canadian side of the bridge. All right, we know who's protesting. When will the protest end? Windsor officials this past day say public safety is their top priority. They have been issuing citations. They have made several arrests among protesters there in Windsor. Police resources and discussions with all levels of government continue, according to officials there. But specifics on how to end the protest not released on Wednesday. Windsor's mayor says action will have to be taken to open this bridge. He didn't offer any details, though. The Windsor mayor is Drew Dilkins. Dilkins said police had not removed people for fear of inflaming the situation and possibly causing a larger protest. He says, quote, I'll be brutally honest. You're trying to have a rational conversation, and not everyone on the ground is a rational actor. People are doing, or police are doing what's right by taking a more moderate approach here, trying to sensibly work through this situation where everyone can walk away, nobody gets hurt, and the bridge can be opened. All right, just you have to check ahead. You go to the respective Michigan traffic websites, MI Drive. They have the MI Drive map there. The hourly updates on the crossing times can be found online. So that's where we'll start on that. Coming up, the discussion of a U.S. convoy. Well, we've got more details. A start date has been set. Organizers of the People's Convoy, formerly known as the U.S. Convoy to D.C. 2022, updated their social media page this past day. The People's Convoy, it will be called. And we'll give you more on that here just ahead. I guess the ripple effects they're talking about with the bridge between Canada and Detroit shut down. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau standing firm against any sort of easing of the restrictions and the mandates. But he is facing more and more mounting pressure against the restrictions and even against Trudeau himself. Yesterday, these shutdowns forced restrictions forced the shutdown of a Ford plant and is beginning to have broader implications for the North American auto industry. Now, the protest, this report says, by people mostly in pickup trucks, entering the third day at the Ambassador Bridge. Traffic prevented from entering Canada, while U.S.-bound traffic is still moving. Ford said late this past day that parts shortages has forced it to shut down its engine plant in Windsor and to run an assembly plant in Oakville, Ontario, on a reduced schedule right now. The interruptions on the bridge is hurting customers, auto workers, suppliers, the communities and companies on both sides of the border. Ford issuing a statement saying, "We hope this situation's resolved quickly because this could have widespread impact on all automakers in the U.S. and Canada ultimately." Shortages due to the blockade also forcing General Motors to cancel the second shift at the midsize SUV factory near Lansing, Michigan. Spokesman Dan Flores said it's expected to restart today, Thursday. No additional impact is expected for the time being. Later this past day, Toyota spokesman said the company will not be able to manufacture anything at 3 Canadian plants for the rest of this week due to part shortages. Statement attributing the problem to the supply chain coupled with weather, pandemic-related challenges, but the shutdowns actually just coming just days after the blockades began on Monday. Our teams are working diligently to minimize the impact on production, according to this Toyota statement. Not expecting any layoffs at this time. Then you've got Stellantis, formerly Fiat Chrysler, reporting normal operations right now. The company had to cut shifts short the previous day at the Windsor minivan plant. There is a growing number of Canadian provinces moving to lift some of these restrictions, some of these precautions. And they tell us the Omicron surge has kind of leveled off there. I believe it is Alberta who, if I can find it here, here you go. One province in Canada fighting back hard against the preposterous mandates of Trudeau as the Freedom Convoy continues. The Premier of Alberta, Canada, announcing that several COVID restrictions, including the COVID-19 vaccine passport, mandating proof of the vaccine for entry into various businesses, ending at the midnight hour Tuesday night. That's the first in a 3-step plan to eliminate the majority of COVID rules by the end of this month. Now that we are weeks into the massive protests, the Premier, Mr. Kennedy, says now is the time to begin learning to live with COVID. These restrictions have led to terrible division in this country. We cannot remain at a heightened state of emergency forever. We have to begin to heal. Now, on Tuesday, again, this is Alberta's Premier, he made a pledge to fight Justin Trudeau's vaccine mandate for the truckers there in Canada. If the Canada-USA trucker vaccine mandate wasn't bad enough, now Justin Trudeau wants to bring in a mandate for truckers going in between provinces, he says. Alberta will fight this every step of the way, including in court if we have to. Truckers, following the footsteps of the Ottawa Freedom Convoy, obviously have been blockading the U.S.-Canadian borders, so that continues right now. I saw something on social media. I haven't been able to confirm it. Someone posting that Saskatchewan may be dropping their mandates as well. If I can get anything official, I'll be happy to pass it on. But all right, underway here, 844-844-3388. We'll say to hi more of our listening friends. We've got to get a quick 2-minute time out here as we roll into a Thursday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, hooday, hooday. Good morning from Woodstock, Georgia. There's James, looking forward to a nice touch of spring here this week. Eskimo Mom, howdy from Cincinnati, doing a 3-stop pedal that ends at, okay, she ran out of space. I'm sure she finished up somewhere. Hello from Grand Rapids, Michigan. There's John checking in. Joe says, morning, everyone. Just enjoying the nice weather here in Winchester, Virginia tonight. Copy in the mail. Everyone truck safe out there. Hello to the 15 car. Morning, Steve. 41 degrees here in Charlotte tonight. Looking forward to the Bengals Sunday. Safe travels, everyone. There's L. Trout. Central Oregon. We've got 34 degrees. But tomorrow, forecast high of 75. Whoa, the big warm-up coming your way, huh? Captain Ron checking in. Back in the saddle once again. 44 degrees, rolling through Gainesville, Florida. It's still a little cool there in Gainesville, aren't you? All right, Semper Fi, Captain Ron. Roberts says 51 degrees at the Rocket Ranch, Cape Canaveral, Florida at this hour. Hello to the Rambler. Good morning, Overnight Drive Nation. Rambler, truck drive into Montgomery. 42 out here. Next month, I'll be starting my new route to New Orleans, so it'll be a change of scenery anyway. Prayers for Pappy's daughter, Mercedes. Thank you much, Rambler. Speaking of which, when I last spoke with Pappy, that was Tuesday night, going into our Wednesday morning program, he said, if you don't hear from me for a couple days, just consider it no news is good news. That he'd let me know if anything changed. So hadn't heard from him this past day. I don't think I've got any messages. I'll double check on that. But all right, morning overnight drive crew and Steve Sommers getting some rest in Marengo, Ohio, departing for Holiday City after my rest. That is Kentucky Ken checking in. Safe travels, hooday. Miguel is on board, checking in for Port St. Lucie. We've got 60 degrees tonight, Pappy. We're all praying for you. Copy in the mail, Chevy guy. Brian, sounding and looking good there, Steve. Now there's hello to, what's it, High Tech. I couldn't remember your handle, damn it. High Tech, a.k.a. David. Hey, Steve, I've minted 3 billion trucker coins. And you need to download your wallet to your phone. Please be sure not to lose your seed phrase or password when you have it installed, and I'll send you 1 billion trucker coins that you can give away. Okay. Perhaps you can give the Hotshot Company 10 million of them to give away to their folks and give drivers that call in maybe 1,000 coins. All right. He's got a link there. Now, if someone else clicks on that link, High Tech, aren't they going to be able to open that up? Hello? Might be better in a personal email. He shared that on Facebook. I don't know. So I guess he's serious about this trucker coin thing he wanted to start up for us here. Hello to Deborah. Morning, Steve. The snow's starting to melt here finally in Indiana. Safe travels out there, especially my special driver. All right, there's a follow-up from Eskimo Mom. Hey, from Cincinnati, road work on 75, I-75 near Paddock, has the highway shut down, adding to my very long day. We've got 44 degrees. Enjoy it while you still can. Yeah, because I guess we're going to be part of that cold shot coming up this weekend. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve, from Souderton, PA, 36 at this hour. Head to America's Dairyland at a high rate of speed. A huge Keystone shout-out to the Carolina Monkey Gouger. And there's the One Stack Mac, 37 in Philly tonight. Yeah, I can't believe I'm actually glad to see 37 degrees. Yes, it's about a week ago I mentioned I stepped out one evening. The wind wasn't blowing. It was like 18 outside the bunker, and I'm like, it doesn't feel so bad out here. You're getting used to old man winter when you can say it doesn't feel too bad when it's 18, right? Now, it would have been a different story if the wind was blowing, but we'll get our news break and get to your calls this Thursday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki appeared to deflect questions on Wednesday about President Joe Biden's executive order, which provides crack pipes, among other supplies, to addicts to prevent infection. Psaki called it bad reporting, but the original article in the Washington Beacon quoted the Department of Health and Human Services directly, saying crack pipes are a part of these smoking kits.
The safe smoking skid may contain alcohol swabs, lip balm, other materials to promote hygiene and reduce the transmission of diseases like HIV and hepatitis. I would note that what we're really talking about is steps that we're taking as a federal government to address the opioid epidemic.
A Colorado mother who fatally abused her 7-year-old daughter and lied about her health to get handouts from charities was sentenced Wednesday to 16 years in prison. Kelly Turner previously pleaded guilty. This is USA Radio News.
Are you looking for something different to experience with friends, family, or coworkers? How about the world of whiskey? Jeff Borker here from the Classic Dram, and we know whiskey can be a bit intimidating at first, but with the right guidance, it's a blast to explore. Let us put together an expert-certified whiskey event for your group, and we don't even have to be in the same room to do it. Regardless of your whiskey experience, we can organize and lead your group through a virtual whiskey tasting right in our very own Zoom online speakeasy. Now, these events are great for birthdays, anniversaries, or corporate get-togethers, or just celebrating time with friends. Now, a number of packages are available, and we can customize the experience just for you. Visit us today at theclassicdram.com or shoot us an email at info@theclassicdram.com. Let 2022 mark the start of your personal whiskey journey, and remember, come for the spirits and stay for the experience. Cheers, all.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, hello to Bidu checking in. Morning, Steve and the Overnight Drive crew. Mr. Q on board. Mercury Man checking in from Yazoo City, Mississippi, 39 degrees. Big shout out to the Rambler. Yeah, praying for Pappy's daughter and Knucklebuster's daughter. Praying to get well soon. Also looks like my Teamsters, brothers and sisters, are voting on a strike in Allentown, PA, and some other places because of cameras in the U.S. food trucks. Guess we're going to have to wait and see. I know you had sent me a couple of emails there, Mercury Man, kind of like a photocopy of the strike vote. And I wasn't real sure what that was all about. So that's why I had not mentioned it. If you can maybe send me a little more info, I'll be happy to pass it on. So anyway, have a great show. I'll be listening all night. Great to have you on board. Top of the morning, Steve. Santa Claus checking in 55 here in Tucson, Arizona on the base. Yeah, I'll be running in 80 and 90 degree weather most of the day today. Go Bengals. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. As a 49ers fan. Okay. I know you were pulling for those Niners, weren't you? We're all kind of, is it good, bad? I don't know. We're kind of Cincinnati fans, maybe to some extent feel a bit blessed. As the only other two Super Bowl appearances they've been in, right? They lost to the 49ers. Yeah, third time may have been a charm. We'll see. Maybe third time's a charm regardless. Let's see. Soma checking in. Hello to anyone in the Canadian Freedom Convoy who might be listening in tonight. It'd be interesting to hear. I haven't actually spoke to any of the actual convoy organizers and whatnot on this program, but I've heard them on some other venues. Carolina Monkey Gouger in the house, 3-time champion meat hauler. Shout out to Malibu Lauren. Patsy in southeast Nebraska, 35. Yeah, standing behind the Canadian Freedom Convoy. Stay strong there. TNC Radio Live. All right. Morning, Steve. Hey, it was great to have you with us today. I'll just assume that's probably Tom. I wouldn't imagine Shelley would be up at this late night hour, would she? But yeah, Shelley actually gave a special, well, Shelley and Tom both, I should say, gave a special shout out to the Carolina Monkey Gouger, kind of thanking you for the shout out that you gave him the other night. What's going on, Monkey Gouger?
Hello there, Steve. How you doing tonight?
Hanging with them. How's your week going?
Busy as a one-armed paper hanger, man.
Well, that's what you actually are. Legitimate.
Steve, I tell you, I listened to that whole interview today, and I learned some things about you I didn't know. And paper hanger and painter? Oh, wow. But it was a great interview. Want to thank Tom and Shelley both for giving me a big accolade today. And you know, Steve, it's hard to believe me and you've been together for 18 years, ain't it?
You're counting the years? I mean, when Shelley introduced me, she was a legend, been listening to him for decades. I'm like, hey, now, wait a minute. You're making me feel old here.
Yeah, I heard that. But, you know, Steve, I tell you, I went down reminiscing road today when you were talking, thinking about all the antics and stuff that went on over the years and all the great callers that some of them no longer with us. They up there at the big radio gates in heaven.
Mm-hmm.
And I just reminisced a lot about over the last 18 years. And I remember, you know, y'all used to be nationwide. I mean, before the series, I mean, y'all was on, y'all could go to the four corners of the United States and y'all was on a station somewhere.
Yes.
And I was coming to Cheyenne, Wyoming, about 2 nights before Bozo turned the show over to you. And you were talking with your dad. And I said, doggone, they sure sound alike. I said, but you know, I'm going to call this guy. So I listened every night for a week or two, you know, just to kind of get a format of what you were going to do and what you wanted. And I made that first phone call. And the rest is history. And I tell you, I can't thank you enough, and all your cohorts, and the one that really that I spent a lot of time with, got to know him real well, was old Jim Stat Miller, the one and only Squirrel.
Squirrel, yes.
I tell you, me and Squirrel Boy, we go back long way. You know, me and him bunked together, roomed together, traveled together a lot during the truck shows and everything. And I was thinking about an incident that happened with me and him. We were staying in different motels. And Squirrel called me up and he said, Monkey got you. I said, what you doing? I just woke up, Squirrel. He said, well, damn, it's 7:30. It's time to get up. Time to get up, man. He said, you know where I'm at, right? I said, yeah, I'll be able to pick you up. Well, he was staying across the street, but the two motels he was in was kind of in the same complex. The only thing that split them was a foyer. I think he was over there at the Holiday Inn or whatever. So I got over there. I said, now, did he say Holiday Inn or Hyatt? I can't remember. So, I said, Squirrel was staying at the Hyatt. So I'm going in the Hyatt. So I slipped in the Hyatt and went in there, and he called me and said, where you at? I said, I'm in the motel. He said, well, get you a good breakfast and charge it to me. I said, okay, I'll do that.
Oh, boy.
So I went in there, man. I said, Squirrel's buying breakfast. We go throw it down. Man, I got one of them about a 10-ounce ribeye, about 3 inches thick, and eggs and pancakes and all the trimmings and everything, you know. And I'm eating and get done eating, and I get another phone call. He said, where the hell are you at? I said, I'm in the motel parking lot. He said, what motel you in? I said, well, I'm in the Hyatt. He said, wrong damn motel, dummy. Come across the parking lot and pick me up. We got to go. So they brought me the ticket. And I just put on there, Jim Statmiller, room so-and-so. And I walked out, went over there and got to pick up, drove over there and picked him up. He said, you can't do nothing. I said, all right, Squirrel, that's enough. You know, he said, we got to go. We're busy. So I had to leave that morning. There was a hurricane come bearing down on South Carolina, and I had to leave early to try to beat that hurricane back home so I could be home to help the family. And about 9 o'clock at night, I done made it over there about Birmingham, and it's old Squirrel. He said, Monkey got you? Monkey got you? I said, yeah, Squirrel. He said, you know what I've been doing all day? I said, no, what you been doing? He said, I've been washing damn dishes to pay for that damn steak dinner you used. I got dishpan hands now. But that was some of the antics that went on over the years. Big Ed. I mean, I don't want to leave nobody out, but we ain't got all night to name them all.
Right.
Moose, Ed Grump, everybody. I mean, it's just been a wonderful 18 years, and I can't thank TNC enough for coming on board. And we got a new listening crew. And hey, don't be afraid to pick up that phone and call in here and talk. We talk about everything, trucking, you name it, we talk about it. But I tell you, Steve, that interview, it really took me down memory lane today when you were talking and about the stuff we'd seen and done and everything. Yeah, I remember that. And a lot of things that people didn't realize, and I was hoping you was going to bring it up. You was a dirt track announcer at a dirt track up there. Where was that at?
North Georgia Speedway.
Ringgold?
Yes. Yeah, well, that was in Chatsworth, Georgia. We lived in Ringgold at the time, but we drive out there to Chatsworth, North Georgia Speedway. I don't think I was a very good trackside announcer, to be honest with you.
I was wondering how them southern boys like that boys down there. Here they come out of turn number 2, slinging mud everywhere. But you were talking about the Golden Gallon, and I stopped there at Ringgold, that Golden Gallon, and bought many a gallon of diesel fuel there, and knew exactly what you were talking about, Walnut Avenue there, and we had a LTL terminal down there, refrigerator did, where we loaded carpet out all the carpet mills and then went out west peddling carpet all over. But it was a great interview. Can't thank Shelley them enough. And this is going to be big. I mean, it's going to be I'm looking for us to knock that other trucking channel back into the 1930s. The Road Dog. I look for us to overtake them.
There you go.
But see what I called about tonight, and I want to thank all the brothers and sisters up there in Canada, got a lot of friends up there that's involved in that. And don't get to talk to them regularly, but we support you. We got you back down here. And y'all hang in there. Yeah, they're going to have to turn some time. But I had a conversation today with a driver. We were sitting there eating at a little barbecue place out of Decatur, Texas. And they had a split television up there. They had like 9 different news agencies talking. You know how they do that thing? They call it PIP or something. You know how they get CNN. They got Fox. They got ONA and just a number of them up there. And he said, look here, boy, I want to ask you something. I said, what's that? He said, when did the Constitution say we could elect a dictator? I said, what you talking about? He said, well, you know, that's what we got up there right now. He paid no attention to what the American people are telling him. It's either his way or the highway. I said, you see what them people in Canada are doing up there right now? I said, it's fitting to spread over here in this country. I said, people are sick and tired of electing people to represent them, and we have no representation. They get up there, they go to the game, they go up there and they had their lollygagging parties and messing with the whore and everything else, whatever they do up there. But they have forgot John Q. Public. And I don't know if you've seen it yesterday or not, when that lady in New York City got up there and she did not hold, her son had just been killed up there. He was in Afghanistan, I think, you know, over there. He was in the Army, if I remember correctly. And 3 of them thugs up there stabbed him, killed the poor boy. And she got up there, buddy, and she ripped into them people from one end to the other. I mean, she didn't waste no bones about it. She didn't spare no holdback. She told them how she felt and that they need to get off their ass and put these criminals back in jail. America is starting to push back a whole lot. And Friday night, we went to the rodeo there, the PBR. And it was Biscuit's 5th birthday. She wanted to go to the rodeo, so we took her to the rodeo. And about halfway through it, that old rodeo clown, he got the crowd excited. You know, here comes, let's go Brandon, let's go Brandon. And he got up there in the middle of that arena. He said, this is the home of the red, white, and blue rodeo. We believe in God. We believe in Dale Earnhardt. And we believe in the Republican Party. And if you don't, get up and leave. And boy, the crowd went haywire. David said, you hear what that man just said? I said, yeah. I said, it's going on all over the United States, but the news people are not broadcasting it. They are not broadcasting the pushback that's going on in this country. I mean, we're seeing it at schoolhouse meetings. People are showing up by the hundreds, telling the school boards, you're not going to do this to our children. We're sick of it. We're going to have to say so in the way our children are taught. And that's the way it ought to be, Steve. You know
sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely. Well, the convoy date in the U.S. is slated for March the 4th. That's the kickoff date, Monkey Gouger.
That's the one that's coming out of California going to D.C.?
That's the one. Yes, sir.
I tell you, Steve, that right there could be something. Because, you know, the Indians control the produce being shipped in America. And they all get together and decide they're going to shut down. It could be hell to play. All I say, you better load up on your lettuce and your tomatoes and everything, because they stick together and everybody joins in. They gonna get a rude awakening. And I mean, you know, we're seeing stuff where people are curtailing plants due to parts. Steve, I went in an OEM today in Fort Worth, Texas. And I walked in there and I said, I need 3 Caterpillar fuel filters and I need 2 oil filters. And he said, well, good luck, bub. I said, what do you mean? He said, they ain't a Caterpillar filter to be had in Fort Worth, Texas.
Wow.
I said, well, what can we replace them with? He said, there is no replacement. And I said, wait a minute now. I said, there's other brands. There's Donaldson or Baldwin or what. He said, well, we got Baldwin. And I said, well, give me three Baldwin fuel filter, and I'll worry about the oil filter on down the road, because I like to use the Caterpillar oil filter. And so I called a buddy of mine out in Amarillo and told him what was going on. He said, well, we ain't got but about 10,000 in the trailer out here. How many you need? You want 4,000 or 5,000? I said, no, 2 will be enough. And so anyway, I got that taken care of. But, you know, it makes you wonder. You go to one part of the country, they ain't got this, but you go 300 miles up the road, and they got an abundance of it. So what the hell is going on?
Something screwy there, isn't it?
I mean, something terribly is wrong. But Steve, I'll tell you, it's good to talk to you tonight, and I'm gonna back out of here and let somebody else get in here and run their head a little while, and we'll be hollering at you tomorrow night, buddy.
All right. Thank you for checking in, Monkey Gouger. Yeah, we return into March 4th, the date for the kickoff of the convoy in the United States, the People's Convoy. Be right back. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, let me take a quick look here. Organizers of the People's Convoy, formerly known as the U.S. Convoy to D.C., updating this past day, announcing March 4th is the kickoff date. And I quote, on March 4, 2022, truckers and all freedom-loving Americans will begin arriving in Coachella Valley in Indio, California to participate in a rally being held the afternoon of March 4 and 5 to defeat unconstitutional mandates. Now, according to the Post, truckers will be joined at the rally by doctors, police, firefighters, military personnel, musicians, journalists, religious leaders. Although the group announced on February the 2nd, they said at this point, this group has no funding accounts or donation links posted. We are not collecting donations. The update from this past day states fuel reimbursement will be distributed upon arrival for all attending the event. Following the rally, the convoy will roll out headed to Washington, D.C. They did not detail any particular routes or additional details. Now, in previous social media posts, organizers of the convoy released their mission statement, which reads, "Americans love our freedoms and love the Constitution of this United States of America. This convoy aims to bring back our freedoms, our civil liberties, and bring an end to all unconstitutional mandates. This is about our rights as well as our freedom of future generations. It's not about political parties, but more so about a government that has forgotten its place and has no regard for our founding fathers, their instructions, the Constitution." Brian Brass, one of the organizers, spoke to Landline, said the convoy is organizing to protest vaccine mandates. He stressed it's not an anti-vaccination movement, but it is rather about human and constitutional rights. This isn't about the trucking mandates. There's so much more in play here. We're just truck drivers standing up for our human rights. And as Americans, it's about our constitutional rights, he says. It's about a human being deciding who gets injected into them or what gets injected into them. We're not about shaming people who are not vaccinated or shaming those who are. This is about choice. The vaccination mandates in the private sector and at lower government levels are hindering access to health care, education, law enforcement, just to name a few basic needs. There are good people, good teachers, good nurses, good police officers losing their jobs over these mandates. That, he contends, threatens access to basic services and the quality of the lives of truckers, the families left at home while they're on the road. We're coming together as humans. The bottom line is the attendees of this convoy, aka protest, are expected to carry themselves professionally and peacefully. We're not there to cause mayhem or trouble. This is a peaceful convoy across the nation to restore our constitutional rights. So that's their mission statement. And with that, looks like we're up to top of the hour there. I know Eskimo Mom's got an update on I-75, Horse Feather, Chevy Guy, Eagle on board. And we'll be back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki appeared to deflect questions on Wednesday about President Joe Biden's executive order, which provides crack pipes, among other supplies, to addicts to prevent infection. Psaki called it bad reporting, but the original article in the Washington Beacon quoted the Department of Health and Human Services directly, saying crack pipes are a part of these smoking kits.
The safe smoking skid may contain alcohol swabs, lip balm, other materials to promote hygiene and reduce the transmission of diseases like HIV and hepatitis. I would note that what we're really talking about is steps that we're taking as a federal government to address the opioid epidemic.
A Colorado mother who fatally abused her 7-year-old daughter and lied about her health to get handouts from charities was sentenced Wednesday to 16 years in prison. Kelly Turner previously pleaded guilty. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot Vpn. Patriot Vpn is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at PatriotVPN.com. That's PatriotVPN.com.
The White House has announced a program for vets to land well-paying jobs and help with the supply chain crisis.
The White House is working on the supply chain crisis by getting veterans into the trucking industry.
A key element of this plan is encouraging the trucking industry to recruit and retain well-trained drivers by creating a safe, welcoming, and stable career path with good-paying jobs and family-sustaining wages. We can think of few Americans better prepared to take on this challenge than our nation's veterans.
White House spokesperson Jen Psaki from the White House lectern. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
A trucker convoy protesting vaccine mandates in Canada that shut down the capital city of Ottawa could be coming to the U.S. starting Super Bowl Sunday. This according to the Department of Homeland Security. Truckers said they won't leave until all vaccine mandates and COVID-19 restrictions are lifted. A handful of Canadian provinces have already lifted their mandates. This is USA Radio News.
The greatest radio shows of all time.
Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Classic radio theater.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On this radio station or wherever podcasts are served, just by searching for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
The NFL commissioner weighed in on racism and equity, but no word on when the NFL rosters will look more like the population in the U.S.
NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell is facing tough questions ahead of the Super Bowl. Speaking in Los Angeles, Goodell addresses the scrutiny the league is facing following a lawsuit from former NFL coach Brian Flores alleging racism in the league's hiring process.
I think we made a lot of progress in a lot of areas, but not at the head coach. And that is something that is something we really have focused on to try to get the kind of results that we would expect.
The commissioner saying the league must take a step back and look at everything to find out what works and what doesn't work in making sure the hiring process is fair to everyone.
That's Tim Berg reporting. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has reportedly done an about-face and will now work with House Democrats on a bill that would ban members of Congress and their senior staff from tracking stocks. According to the New York Post, Pelosi has raked in as much as $30 million personally from stock trades on big tech companies that were facing an antitrust bill in Congress. Senator Roger Marshall spoke to Newsmax.
She's found a way to cheat and get away with it. This is the tip of the iceberg.
And SpaceX's newest fleet of satellites is tumbling out of orbit after being struck by a solar storm. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Get right back into it here. Hour number 2 underway. Let's get back to the calls here quickly. I know Eskimo Mom's been hanging in there. Got an update on I-75. Hi there, Eskimo Mom.
Good morning. Over there by Paddock, which is exit 9, between Paddock and the Ronald Reagan on 75, they're doing some utility work tonight, so they got 15-minute road closures. And I got caught in the first one of the night.
Oh boy, that's always fun.
Yeah. So 75. So 75 is going to be a little congested right before those road closures and right afterwards. So if anybody heading down through Cincinnati, be careful.
Watch for stopped traffic, and that's That's one of those deals where you can run into one of those somebody not paying attention and slams into the stopped traffic.
Yep, and that creates even an even bigger issue that takes somebody's nice little night and turns it all upside down.
Makes it into a long night. All right. Well, everything else going all right out there, Eskimo Mom?
My truck is still in the shop, so I'm still driving the same truck I was driving last night, and they surprised me with an extra stop on my load tonight, so I'm going to be a little on the busy side.
You love driving a day cab, don't you?
I used to drive a day cab all the time until I got my dedicated.
Well,
but the nice thing about day cabs is that you can kind of get those day cabs into some places that you can't get a sleeper into.
That's true. Yeah, tighter spots. Well, thank you for the update, Eskimo Mom. Great to hear from you. Be safe out there. Good morning to the Southwest Wisconsin Milkman here enjoying the show. Morning to all the listeners. Earlier I mentioned something about Saskatchewan. Soma gives me it said Monday, February 14th, so next Monday, Valentine's Day. Saskatchewan will put an end to the requirement to provide proof of vaccination or proof of a negative test result to access businesses and other public spaces, according to Yahoo News. All right, I knew I'd seen something somewhere. Buckeye Boy checking in from Gothenburg, Nebraska tonight, 34 degrees. It's good to be on the road again. I wanted to make a comment on, as we're hearing in the news, these Democrat governors relaxing some of their mask mandates and some of the other restrictions. If anyone thinks they're doing it for any other reason than trying to save their jobs and remaining in power, I'd say you're terribly mistaken. Now, these are individuals who will do anything, as most politicians do, to continue to keep their power trip and off-the-books revenue stream going. Anyway, have a great night. Everybody be careful out there. Hello to Dale in Jacksonville, Florida there. 43 degrees clear. Have a great day, week, everyone. It's his Friday. So, Jesse, good to have you with us. Hope you and yours are doing well. See, Gwen, Shadow Artist, checking in from Brooksville, 39 degrees. Sending love to the Canadian Freedom Convoy and looking forward to doing our own down here. There's Hillbilly Tex checking in. Exit 81 off the big I-75. Hillbilly Tex tipping the hat as you pass through there. Shorty says, is Kyle still on for tomorrow? Absolutely, Shorty. Yes, indeed. I had a chance to chat for a little bit with Kyle before we got things underway here this morning, and he's pretty much set to roll. He said they were trying to give me some I guess like some conference appointments for during the day there Friday. He said, if I'm going to stay up with you all night long, I ain't going to be in there. I'm going to meetings on Friday. But yes, Kyle will be joining us here tomorrow night. He'll be here to answer any questions you might have about any of the products up and down the line with the Hot Shot Secret and all that good stuff. Looking forward to it. Hello to Kim. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. 30 degrees is actually a heat wave when us Wisconsin girls are outside in T-shirts. I wouldn't doubt it. Scotty checking in. Morning, everybody. Have a great day. Marianne. Morning, Steve. Morning, Monkey Gouger. My mother passed away Tuesday, February 1st. And my mother, she liked listening to your program. I hate to hear that, Marianne. So sorry for your loss. And, yeah, that's sad. So I'm glad she enjoyed the program when she was with us. I hope all is well, Marianne, and I guess she's looking down from above now. Hello to Jose, 50 degrees, Tampa, Florida at this hour. It's my day number 9 home with COVID. We got some angry faces there. I guess not feeling too well. Get well soon, Jose. Robert checking in. Anyone who wants to follow the U.S. Truckers for Freedom, they are on the Telegram app. Yeah, they got booted off Facebook, didn't they? So Telegram. Dean, what's the name of the format you added to the broadcast? Do they have a podcast I can listen to your interview on? And can you post the link again? It is simple as TNC, Truckers News Channels, what that stands for. TNC Radio.live. Yes, they do have an app you've got for your iPhone or your Android app. You can download that and listen with the click of a button. As far as going back to listen to previous podcasts, I'm honestly not sure about that. I know that undoubtedly that particular podcast, they rerun certain things, like they call it the encore broadcast of certain programs. Let me look here it is Thursday morning. So for those on tncradio.live right now, and when we close things out at 5 a.m. Eastern Time, stick around for last night's encore presentation of The Train Station with Bill and Jim. Then it's on to Reverse Gear. Ron Samuels, the maestro, brings you the history of popular music. Yeah, somewhere down the line, I'm sure they'll have an encore of Shelley Johnson. Yesterday was actually her 300th episode there, hosting the program there in the afternoon. I'm sure Tom can let me know, and we'll pass that info on to you. All right, a couple more. What do we got here? David, hey, Steve, I'm stuck at a very busy Love's in Lodi, waiting an hour and a half for my meat guy so we can swap loads tonight. All right, let's see. There's Tom. How about that? Answer to the question. You can hear our interview with Steve by going to the website and the podcasts page. So, okay, I'm glad to know that now. They do have a podcast. Guess you can go back and listen on demand. Same thing you can do with the overnightdriveradio.com. That's our website, podcast page. You can go back and listen to any of the previous podcasts there. overnightdriveradio.com. Back to the phones here. Horse Feathers checks in on a Thursday morning. What's happening?
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Yeah, to finish up there a little bit more of that TNC radio.live. Yeah, you go to the website and they have where you can listen live and the podcast, and they have the contest page there. So if you get their keywords, they're giving away $1,000 there and everything else. So, when you go to the podcast there, it gives you little squares of pictures, and you can click on whichever episode of presenter that is doing their hour show or whatever it was that they did. So anyways, I was, if I didn't have to get some beauty sleep at that time, your show was, you did the interview with Shelley there was right in the middle of when I was trying to get like 4 hours of sleep here for the day. Yeah. And so I decided I was going to try to catch it later. I did want to listen live, but I'd be sorry because I couldn't do it. I don't know. I know that was almost in the middle of your nap time. I'm impressed. You're as chipper as you are tonight. I thought maybe you'd be dragging a little bit.
I went to bed extra early. I think I laid down at maybe 10 or 11, then got up like at 3 o'clock or something. So, and I did the interview, and yet I laid back down, and it took me a little bit, but I got some good rest there. So I'm ready to roll.
There you go. So I hear you talking a little bit about the weather, but, I've been missing a term. I've been missing a term this winter, and I don't know where it is. What happened to our polar vortex? Can't we open up the polar vortex?
We don't want nothing to do with no polar vortex. No.
Oh, we need more cold, more polar vortex, because, we got propane to haul. Got to keep hauling this propane. We're on a pretty good roll here, so we need to, just tell Canada to open the door and let that polar vortex come out there. Let's see what we can really do this winter.
Right.
But anyways, it was all that fun and nonsense there. A little bit of football stuff there. So I guess we'll start here. I must have missed the big announcement. Do you have the announcement that the Washington football team, I know they said it was going to happen in February, were going to release their name. They had a new name coming on. Did you catch that they released their name?
I have not seen. No, have you heard anything?
Apparently, they're going to be called the Washington Commanders.
Commanders, huh?
What type of Commanders? So what type of mascot do you have for a commander? I don't know. I'm just kind of curious. So I heard something about it there because they were talking about the inequality in the NFL coaches that they're not equality in the minority percentage that the players are to what the coaches are. I guess there's somewhere around 70% of the players are minority, and there's only three coaches that are minorities that are head coaches there. So apparently people think that's not fair. But I mean, is it more important to have the right color coach, or is it more important to have the right smart coach?
Well, yeah, I think you're supposed to have. You're looking for a coach that's going to be able to coach their team to win games. That's what I thought.
I think Cincinnati had a minority head coach there for a while. And how many Super Bowls did he get to? How many playoff games did they? Oh, wait a minute. I don't think they won any playoff games.
They did not. I think they went to a total of 6 and didn't win a single one of them. Out in the first round every time. Yeah.
So I'm not saying anything about. I'm just saying about people's ability and skill. It's not who they are, but you want the right person for the job. But here's the next question: if you're going to say that you want the right percentage, an equal percentage of minority head coaches to go with the equal percentage of minority players, how about we have the equal amount of minority fans allowed in the stadium?
Oh boy,
how will that work?
Yeah, well, if you're saying 70% of the players are minority, and it's nowhere near that as far. What are they wanted to make it 70% of coaches be minorities? Is that what they're saying? I mean.
That was what they were alluding to, from what I understood.
Well, then, based on the general,
wasn't a high enough percentage.
Based on the general population, then the numbers are twisted the absolute opposite direction. It'd be totally upside down. All right. Well, there's, what do you say, points to ponder, or things that make you scratch your head and say, All right, Dale checking in here. Good morning, Steve. Out here in Montana, working my way toward Michigan. I'd say you got a long way to go there, Dale. Robert said, I'm hearing the Peace Bridge in Buffalo may be the next bridge impacted. Now, Santa Claus, I got your emails there, and they even mentioned that in the USA Radio News. I heard her there at the bottom of the hour, reading that there could be a trucker protest beginning at the time of the Super Bowl. Sent me a couple of links. Yeah, I believe that word that came from Homeland Security this past day was probably before the official announcement that we just shared with you about March the 4th being the official start day of that convoy. Various mainstream media saying the Department of Homeland Security, they did issue a warning that convoys protesting the vaccine mandates here in the U.S. could begin as soon as Super Bowl weekend. That was the report again yesterday. Public safety officials, law enforcement have been made aware that, quote, the convoy could severely disrupt transportation, federal government, and law enforcement operations via gridlock and possible counter-protests. A notice distributed by Homeland Security on Tuesday. See, indeed, that means the Homeland Security notice was issued prior to the actual organizers announcing March the 4th. So Tuesday says, we have, quote, received reports of a convoy of truckers planning to potentially block roads in major metropolitan cities in the United States in protest of, among other things, vaccine mandates for truck drivers. According to Yahoo News, Homeland Security warned that a group could start in California as early as mid-February, traveling across the country, ending up in Washington by mid-March. So again, that was pretty much issued prior to the official announcement yesterday. So if what we're seeing is correct from the official announcement page, March the 4th and 5th, the big rally in California, which Santa Claus, maybe you can get down and even attend that. That's out in your neck of the woods. Then the convoy begins. I have no idea how long it's going to take to actually traverse from California to Washington, D.C. How many truck drivers and others may, along the way, potentially join said convoy. And we return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
A couple of emails from some thankful listeners out there. Love to get your emails. Steve at hotshotsecret.com. By the way, start with Mike, I believe it is. Steve, been listening since you were doing weekends for your father. Love your show and all that you do for all of us out here. I also can't say enough about all your regular callers. Just great people. I grew up in the trucking industry with my dad's family having a produce business in Chicago, so I drove for many years. However, the past 22 years, I've been a road service mechanic strictly for big trucks and trailers. So I can vouch for Hot Shot Secret and their great products. Anyway, got an idea. I thought, man, how about Hot Shot Secret maybe have name tags made for the Mid-America Truck Show? So we can all figure out who everyone is by their handle that they call in on the show with. Plus, it's kind of some extra advertising for Hot Shot as we're all just walking around the show that day, or all day, for 3 days. Anyway, just aside. Postscript, my wife is a 6th grade science teacher for 23 years and counting. Anyway, she loves your weather reports and the science bits that you tend to share from time to time. Take care. You're beyond the best. Sincerely, Quick Fix, a.k.a. Mike from Chicago. Martin was one that chimed in last evening about the new rules, driver training rules. Said, Steve, I do appreciate the great information from you and the callers. Yeah, I was the guy that said I had hung up the keys back in 2016. I've not retired, but just kind of changed jobs when they put cameras on the drivers in our trucks. Yeah, I was concerned because I always count on my CDL as kind of an ace in the hole. You know, if I had to go back out in a truck, I would. Before I hung up the keys, I had been driving truck for 21 years, over 2 million saved miles, truck rodeo champion in 2011, grand champion in 2013. But after holding a hazmat endorsement for 21 years, I let it go because I didn't see the use of paying for the has print and the physicals for something that I wasn't using. However, I did run down to the BMV, took and passed the hazmat since I heard about this new rule. They said I've got 60 days to get has prints and physical for the endorsement. Anyways, like I said, I appreciate your program, the callers for keeping me informed. I'm praying with you guys for the daughters and so many other prayer requests that we hear on the show. Thank you again so much, Steve. Signed, Martin. All right. Thank you much, Martin, for listening in. What's happening, Chevy guy?
All kinds of stuff. You were talking earlier about shortages at the auto plant because of the shutdown. And we're all getting on down memory lane, I reckon. It was back in 1984. I got a job, but believe it or not, I pulled gasoline in the company I was working for when I went into a receivership or something. They had to lock down the truck there in West Virginia. So at that time, you couldn't find anybody that would allow you to drive their truck if you didn't live within 100 miles of their terminal. And J.B. Hunt, Springfield, Ohio, it was within the range of 150 miles, and they had that 150-mile range. Well, I go to work for these people. But I had a load out to California and went down I-10 with a load of orange down to El Paso. Sat down there 2 days waiting for a load of foam for General Motors plant in Michigan. Well, up over to the Mission, and I go, and I get up there on time early in the morning. I'm through the gate, and I pull in behind this big old long line. Now, this has happened to me twice in my career. We're sitting there, and all of a sudden, the caution lights are on this car, and he comes running up to the truck. He says, "Let me see your bill of lading." I pull out my bill of lading, hand it to him. He says, "Follow me." So I stick that little 6-speed in gear, and I follow this little pilot car down through there. Now, you got to understand, this is back in the day when J.B. Hunt was getting jabs even harder than what you see Swift drivers
right,
get.
Right.
Because there was a lot of trainers and trainees in these trucks. So there was all kinds of stuff going on. And the worst thing I ever did was buy a CB and put it into a J.B. Hunt truck. I guarantee it. Didn't want to hear all of it. But I'm following this pilot car down this long line of trucks, and you would not believe all the cussing and all this stuff, about me passing up everybody. Well, the man in the pilot car keys up and says, "Listen, guys, if this man don't get unloaded, the line doesn't run. None of you get unloaded. He's got to get unloaded first." So that's 1986. So this just on time idea has been around for a long while, and you would think they would have thought. You'd think they would have thought better by now with all the mishaps and the things that's going on in the world. I tell you what, these people that's getting paid a couple $1 million, a year, even more, and sitting up in them big old offices, need to tune their radio into Steve Sommers' Overnight Drive. You know what? 6 months ago, they would have had enough sense to know maybe we ought to order a bunch of extra trailers to park in our lot so we won't get shut down. a year ago, they said, well, man, got all this sickness going on. Maybe we should order a whole bunch of chips and get them over here. You know, I'm telling you, I don't know what these people listen to for news, but down here blowing the snow off of the highway with our trucks rolling down the road, or down here in the south, you know, fighting our way through these high winds and rain. You know, we've got it. I mean, we're here. We understand what the situation is, and we don't make nearly as much money as those fellas up there behind them old oak wooden desks.
Yeah, I mean.
So, other than that, I want to sit back and copy. Go ahead.
The whole chip shortage thing's been going on so long. I mean, if I'm understanding, what they used to be able to place an order for, like 60 days notice, is more like 6 to 9 months. Advance notice to get them in now. Everything is just so far behind. Will they ever catch up? But thank you, Chevy Guy. Back following a news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention is considering updating its guidelines on the metrics states should use when considering lifting public health measures like mask mandates. Politico reported that CDC staff are weighing whether the agency should use case rates as a metric or whether it should lean more heavily on hospitalization data. A trucker convoy protesting vaccine mandates in Canada that shut down the capital city of Ottawa could be coming to the U.S. starting Super Bowl Sunday. This according to the Department of Homeland Security. Truckers said they won't leave until all vaccine mandates and COVID-19 restrictions are lifted. A handful of Canadian provinces have already lifted their mandates. And South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem says she's focused on her re-election bid, not the White House in 2024. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Are you looking for something different to experience with friends, family, or coworkers? How about the world of whiskey? Jeff Borker here from the Classic Dram, and we know whiskey can be a bit intimidating at first. But with the right guidance, it's a blast to explore. Let us put together an expert-certified whiskey event for your group. And we don't even have to be in the same room to do it. Regardless of your whiskey experience, we can organize and lead your group through a virtual whiskey tasting right in our very own Zoom online speakeasy. Now, these events are great for birthdays, anniversaries, or corporate get-togethers, or just celebrating time with friends. Now, a number of packages are available, and we can customize the experience just for you. Visit us today at theclassicdram.com or shoot us an email at info@theclassicdram.com. Let 2022 mark the start of your personal whiskey journey, and remember, come for the spirits and stay for the experience. Cheers, all.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yes, indeed, that's us. Welcome back. Glad to have you on board as we're making our way to a Thursday here. What are we looking at? 10th day of February for 2022. And back to the calls we go. It's been a while. Hello to the inbred redneck. What's going on out there?
Well, good morning, Mr. Sommers. Let me tell you what, the world has changed. You know, Steve. Now people actually fear the truck driving community.
Uh-oh.
They just don't think they're a bunch of pea bottle slinging, lot lizard chasing, high school dropouts with a IQ of 32, buddy. And I tell you what, I'm heading up here Canada tonight. I'm coming in with reinforcements. I heard, buddy, that the Prime Minister is saying and cutting off fuel to the protesters, buddy.
Yes.
So sometimes there needs to be a big hillbilly in a big ugly place to take care of some of this stuff. I think I'm just the feller for the job, buddy.
Look out. Oh boy, we're not looking to escalate things, are we?
No, Steve.
No, okay, good,
but
good.
You know, a feller like me carrying a gas can, a cop tries to stop me now, he might get a big old spit of Skull Bandit right in his eyeball, buddy.
Yeah?
Just saying. I don't know about them Mounties, but I tell you what, they couldn't be as bad as Kentucky State Police, buddy. I ain't worried about them. Yeah, why they call them Mounties anyway? Steve, are they mounted on a wall like we do deers down in Kentucky, or what, buddy?
Oh, I think they used to be mounted on horses, weren't they?
Yeah, it could be, but that's an awful weird way of putting it. Of course, they call ham bacon up there in Canada, too. I don't know, Steve. It may take me some adjusting getting up here to this Ottawa. I've never been to Ottawa. Somebody told me it's like going to Kansas City, but in Canada. Is that true, buddy? You know?
I have no idea. Never been to Ottawa myself.
Yeah, all I know is Toronto. I used to do Toronto a lot, buddy. But, yeah, buddy, I want to put it out there. You know, you Canadian drivers, if you're out of fuel or you need supplies, and I know the good people of Canada has been helping y'all out, trying to get everything lined out for you and keep you going in the protest, but you're in dire straits. You need assistance. I want you to take one of them dirty tube socks. You tie it on that antenna, and you all let them know that daggone you're too polite to tell them to kiss your rump, but you will tell them to smell your feet. But it will be a signal to me, the inbred redneck. Once I get to town there, buddy, I'll tell you what, I'm going to be taking care of them fellers. Hand delivery, buddy. Hand delivery. I've already sent some money up there and whatnot. I sent it to GoFundMe, and daggone, buddy, I heard they shut it down. I don't know if that's lost money or what.
No, you're supposed to.
Refund.
You're supposed to see a refund in your account. They said I thought they said within 3 to 5 business days. So,
yeah, that's kind of aggravating me, Steve. I put a few thousand on it. You know me.
I know what you mean.
I invest in the future. And I love people with ideas, buddy.
Well, Redneck,
Still there, Big Steve.
with all the money you've made on crypto last year, you could afford to drop a few grand for like a charitable cause, right?
Oh, yeah. I'm supporting the Freedom Convoy, buddy. It's going to be great. I can already see the wheels in motion. Steve, do you remember one night on the show I told you, you know, you got to put some coin in your pocket to affect change in the world? You know? And I'm sure there's a bunch of them laughed at me and didn't know what it meant, but I guess they're figuring it out now. But, yeah. Now, who's this cat daddy who's got the trucker coin going on, Steve? What's the deal with that, buddy?
Oh, that's High Tech. That's his. He used to call the show, and you remember High Tech years ago?
Oh, yeah, I believe so, buddy.
Okay.
I believe so.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd like to find out more about that. I'm going to do some research.
He sent me
maybe you can hook me up.
He sent me a follow-up message here. He said the link was to a wallet that everybody that uses crypto has an individual wallet. The wallet's kind of like your personal address. Anybody on the internet can have your address to send you the coins, but only you can access the contents of the wallet, just like your home mailbox. With crypto, you are the bank. Let's see. Anyway, so I said, this is why I made the trucker coin. It's not worth anything, but it's good to practice with, unless maybe in the future it might become worth a shower or a cup of coffee if some of the truck stops would, I guess, adopt it.
Well, you could even tip waitresses with it or whatever. Or, you know how it goes, Steve. We could send them to needy truck drivers. We can make it worth something, buddy. We can make it worth something. We just got to work at it. So, yeah, I'm going to be checking that out. See if I can buy them somewhere.
I mean, surely they'd have to be worth like 3/10,000th of a penny or something, wouldn't they?
Probably, Steve, but you know, they laughed at me when I bought Dogecoin when it was about right there, buddy. Oh. You know, you just got to keep on a trucking at it.
And you kind of
Yeah,
laughed,
buddy.
and you laughed all the way to the bank, didn't you?
Yeah, I had a great time with it, buddy. I don't know if you remember it, but I told you on the show that Bitcoin had hit 30,000, and it did, buddy. And I'm like it. I can see it all coming, Steve. I predicted the future before trucker coin could be the biggest thing ever. To get showers or buy CB radios or radar detectors or phone holders or whatever.
Sure.
I mean, if you think about it, they've already got it, you know, stuff like this in the world, you know. You know, they give you the little points when you buy the fuel and whatnot.
Your trucker loyalty points, your loyalty points. Yeah, every truck stop's got their own little setup for stuff like that. All right, I kind of figured the inbred redneck would be all about the trucker coin. You got one fan there, High Tech. He likes that idea. Hello to Gilligan. Morning, Steve and fellow listeners. Not a bad night on I-81, 37 and clear, Whiteville, Virginia. It actually hit 57 degrees in the thriving metropolis of Highview, West Virginia today. Kind of felt like spring. Hello to the country bumpkin, checking in from Decatur, Illinois. 34 degrees, riding the overnight drive train, headed to Holland, Michigan this morning. Hello to the Rainmaker, checking in from Thailand there. Morning, Rainmaker. When is the new revolution going to start, or do we need a tea party first? Yeah, something like that, Rainmaker. Hello to Daniel, checking in. Morning, 48 over here in Sumner, Washington. Gwen, that's pretty good. Gwen said, following up on the announcement of the Washington Commanders, she says, hey, we can call them the Washington Commies for short. What an ironic name for a pro football team out of D.C. Okay, well... All right, almost as bad as the NBA Bullets. They changed it to Wizards back when D.C. was the USA's murder capital. Robert, hello there. Thanks to the arrogant Prime Minister of Canada, this peaceful protest has begun to snowball, turning into the largest international labor dispute probably in history. I hope it doesn't break the system. Let's see. See, the email about the 78-year-old man in Canada arrested by police for honking the horn and holding up a thumbs up to the truckers. I sent you an email about the 7 events after that caused the Revolutionary War with England. If you'll check it out, I guess they're kind of similar. Yeah, we did touch on that story last evening. The little old man, 78 years old, 4 foot 10 inches tall, a great-grandfather, no less, handcuffed and arrested by 2 Canadian cops for honking his horn in support of the Freedom Convoy protesters. Now, this was on Sunday, though. That was a day before the judge even outlawed blaring horns. Several bystanders caught it on film as the officers pulled him over for beeping his horn. One of the bystanders, while filming, approaches. He said, What did he do wrong? The officer responded, none of your effing concern, man. The 6-minute video shows officers shouting back and forth with furious onlookers as he's protesting his arrest. Eventually, an officer in a blue surgical mask grabs him to restrain him, brings the vaccinated great-grandfather down to his knees in the middle of the street before handcuffing him against his van. Yeah, the old man sustained injuries to his arms, hands, shoulders, and knees. Ultimately, he was fined $118 for unnecessary noise, but has not been charged criminally. In other words, the ruling from the judge about blowing horns, that they've implemented a ban on it from 10 days, that kicked in on Monday. I mean, you've got officers going completely overboard. At this point, the Ontario Superior Court Justice temporarily banned honking an air horn for 10 days. It started on Monday. Tell you what, this guy was in a little minivan. He wasn't even in a big truck, and it sure as hell wasn't an air horn. Just an everyday Canadian citizen supporting the protesters there. There should be some fallout. There should be some turnaround, for the way those two officers handled that old man. All right, we'll be back in 2. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, what have we got in some of our industry headlines? Real quick, like a stolen semi full of valuable metal wire discovered on the side of a road in New Orleans this week. Rig and the metal wire found on Old Gentilly Road in New Orleans. According to ABC there, police arrived at the scene to find 53-year-old Terry Woodside changing the VIN number on the semi-truck with the wire sitting nearby. The stolen truck, valued at $125,000, was stolen out of the St. Helena parish, while the flatbed trailer containing 9 rolls of 7,000-pound aluminum wire had been stolen out of Tehachapi parish. Value was wired at $154,000. Woodside taken into custody, booked for possession of stolen property, removal, or alteration of a vehicle identification number. It's all good and fun until you get caught, right? Hello to Heatwave. What do you say?
Good morning, senor, from the Hacienda, New Mexico, where it's a pleasant 35 degrees out there. Got the fireplace going and the long-haired Chihuahua sitting right next to me with his back facing me. I guess he's mad at me because I didn't give him any of my dinner. Oh, well, dogs, kind of like cats. They love you one minute and they can give a rat's ass about you the next. Yeah, I tell you what, we sat for a long time waiting for a load. And we finally got it. Give our people plenty of notice that we were coming back. We wanted to stay working. There ain't nothing out there. I was wondering, is anyone else experiencing a slowdown in freight?
Really?
Or is it, or is it the slowdown due to the weather over the last weekend? Or is it due to, nobody wanting to work for a living? They don't want to get dirty or sweaty. Let everyone else be a ditch digger but me, the attitude. Or is it just because our company has incompetent leaders at the highest level? And it may be part of all three, as far as I know.
Yeah.
So, anyways, I don't want to say yellow freight because I don't want them getting any ideas that I'm a disgruntled employee. But I mean, it does make you wonder. I know this is the time of year where freight is slow, but I mean, we've got one team that has been on the board either at 1, 2, or 3 for the last 5 days, and they still have not gotten the load out. So, and I think we are number 2 to them. So it's not been a real pretty sight here. But, we touched on the government giving the crack pipes to the addicts, and bandages and antibiotics and whatnot so they don't get infections in their lips when they smoke on broken glass. They don't want to treat the problem, or the issue. They just want to make it easier for them to be a bunch of lazy asses and stay addicted to their stuff. And as I was talking to Chevy guy last night, it's like, you know what? Why don't we just buy them the damn drugs? It would probably be a hell of a lot cheaper, and, be something else to gripe about. But, at least the drug supply, the cost of drugs would be so much lower to almost nil. And, so, I mean, they already have medical grade cocaine that they use for patients who have nosebleeds that they can't stop it. I always kid my mother-in-law because she had a nosebleed that wouldn't stop, and they gave her cocaine, believe it or not, and it stopped it.
Is that right?
So I always give her I give her a rash.
Well, that's a new one on me. Hey, I'm up to the top of the hour. Let's get a quick timeout, news break, and we'll return on a Thursday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki appeared to deflect questions on Wednesday about President Joe Biden's executive order, which provides crack pipes, among other supplies, to addicts to prevent infection. Psaki called it bad reporting, but the original article in the Washington Beacon quoted the Department of Health and Human Services directly, saying crack pipes are a part of these smoking kits.
The safe smoking skit may contain alcohol swabs, lip balm, other materials to promote hygiene and reduce the transmission
transmission of diseases like HIV and hepatitis. I would note that what we're really talking about is steps that we're taking as a federal government to address the opioid epidemic.
A Colorado mother who fatally abused her 7-year-old daughter and lied about her health to get handouts from charities was sentenced Wednesday to 16 years in prison. Kelly Turner previously pleaded guilty. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot Vpn. Patriot Vpn is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at PatriotVPN.com. That's PatriotVPN.com.
The White House has announced a program for vets to land well-paying jobs and help with the supply chain crisis.
The White House is working on the supply chain crisis by getting veterans into the trucking industry.
A key element of this plan is encouraging the trucking industry to recruit and retain well-trained drivers by creating a safe, welcoming, and stable career path with good-paying jobs and family-sustaining wages. We can think of few Americans better prepared to take on this challenge than our nation's veterans.
White House spokesperson Jen Psaki from the White House lectern. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
A trucker convoy protesting vaccine mandates in Canada that shut down the capital city of Ottawa could be coming to the U.S. starting Super Bowl Sunday. This according to the Department of Homeland Security. Truckers said they won't leave until all vaccine mandates and COVID-19 restrictions are lifted. A handful of Canadian provinces have already lifted their mandates. This is USA Radio News.
The greatest radio shows of all time.
Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Classic radio theater.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On this radio station or wherever podcasts are served, just by searching for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
The NFL commissioner weighed in on racism and equity, but no word on when the NFL rosters will look more like the population in the U.S.
NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell is facing tough questions ahead of the Super Bowl. Speaking in Los Angeles, Goodell addresses the scrutiny the league is facing following a lawsuit from former NFL coach Brian Flores alleging racism in the league's hiring process.
I think we made a lot of progress in a lot of areas, but not at the head coach. And that is something that is something we really have focused on to try to get the kind of results that we would expect.
The commissioner saying the league must take a step back and look at everything to find out what works and what doesn't work in making sure the hiring process is fair to everyone.
That's Tim Berg reporting. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has reportedly done an about-face and will now work with House Democrats on a bill that would ban members of Congress and their senior staff from tracking stocks. According to the New York Post, Pelosi has raked in as much as $30 million personally from stock trades on big tech companies that were facing an antitrust bill in Congress. Senator Roger Marshall spoke to Newsmax.
She's found a way to cheat and get away with it. This is the tip of the iceberg.
And SpaceX's newest fleet of satellites is tumbling out of orbit after being struck by a solar storm. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Thank you very much. Welcome back once again. Thursday morning edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. OvernightDriveRadio.com and also TNCRadio.live. Speaking of Yellow Corporation, one of the industry headlines from Landline this past day, the day after the FMCSA's new entry-level driver training regulations went into effect, Yellow Corporation announcing they're adding 2 driving academies. News release stating they're adding 2 driving academies to the company's 14 existing schools to prepare the next generation of professional truck drivers for careers in transportation. The new academies are in 2 of the nation's top transportation hubs, according to Yellow. Marietta, Georgia, which serves the Atlanta market, and Cincinnati, which serves the South and the Midwest. Yellow's 16 driving academies are certified as U.S. Department of Labor apprenticeship programs designed to provide paid on-the-job training while workers train for highly skilled jobs. Which is kind of funny because unless something's changed that I missed, isn't truck driving still considered unskilled labor? But you're training for highly skilled jobs. They do plan to open more locations this year, according to the news release. Students enrolled in Yellow's driving academies receive classroom training and behind-the-wheel instruction. Participants do not pay tuition for the training. After taking the training and passing their CDL license test, trainees take part in the apprenticeship program with veteran Yellow drivers. After the apprenticeship graduates, they can join Yellow's team of 14,000 professional drivers. And got the list of all the other academies existing around the country, but I found that rather interesting. I mean, they're needing more drivers, but they've got, more drivers than they've got freight to move right now?
I guess. I don't know. I was talking to Braindead earlier, and he had said that there were like 4,000 bills sitting on the dock in Memphis. Whether it's a trailer issue where they don't have enough empties or they just don't have enough workers to do it, load it up and get it going, I don't know.
Okay.
And they were saying something about 14,000 bills sitting up there in Chicago just waiting. And I guess we're losing customers because we can't get their freight to them. So I think in that aspect, it is upper management that's screwing us all over. And this nonsense of being too big to fail, so there's always a first time for the first one. And I'm afraid if we as a company don't get better management, and I think we are going to be the first too big to fail company to fail. So, we were talking about the crack pipes going to the drugs, those folks that are hooked on drugs. And Jen Psaki was saying, well, this is a battle on fentanyl products. She lost me there. I'm not really for sure how the one equates to another, but it is the Democrat mindset to confuse and starts with an O and ends with a Kate. Obfuscate the facts of anything out there. Yeah, that's a pretty good sized word for a truck driver. But anyways, they got it was after your show last night. I was listening to Fox, and they've got another screwy idea come up, and I think they're going to try to start this up in San Francisco to alleviate their homeless issue.
Yeah.
They are asking those people that have apartments to let them in their apartments.
Take a few in so they don't have to sleep on the street. Take them in, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, and it's like, what? No background check, no credit check, no anything. You know, and they also want the citizens of the country, of the city, if you got a spare bedroom or two, bring them into your own home. Now, what kind of idiot is going to just say, yeah, pick this guy up off the street with no idea what their background is? I mean, it could be a child rapist. It could be a sex
anything,
offender.
yes.
It could be a dealer. I mean, when is the insanity going to end, Steve? I mean, really, when is it going to end? When are the left going to get off their high horse and realize that the policies that they're wanting to implement or that they have implemented are not working, and they are not a viable solution to the problems that we have today? We've got veterans, homeless veterans out there, and unfortunately, I was one of them for about 4 months, and the only thing that saved my bacon was a CDL. And I started hauling feed for a company out of Temple, Texas. And they got me on to where I went with Snyder, and I was with them for 11 years, and now here I am with Yellow. But I mean, you know, the idea that, well, maybe we need to get the veterans into the trucking industry. Oh, yeah. We've been doing that for quite a few years now. Longer than what Trump was in, well before what Obama was doing. I mean, the companies were hiring veterans because they know we, 9 times out of 10, aren't going to screw up so bad because we're so used to having structure, you know, rigid structure. You need to be here by this time. You need to be over here by this time making a delivery. You know, and we're not going to be out there screwing around at the truck stops playing video games or casino games or whatnot. We're going to do our job. So, I mean, just like Nutty Uncle Joe saying, well, you got headlights on those things, just turn them on and drive at night. Well, where the hell has he been for the last 50 years? He has been under a damn rock. So, anyways, other than that, did I miss anything from last night till this morning? I thought Eagle was supposed to be on. Did he drop off by chance?
I'm looking now. No, Eagles, he's hanging in there. He may be snoring by now. But
Eagle, buddy, hey, you know what? I would like to have you within our group of callers after the show just to say hey and, you know, talk about some ideas you got. I mean, you come up with some great ideas. You have some good ideas. You have some good input there, you know. And, you know, if you know, some folks want to be loners, that's understandable too. I mean, if we're running solo, we're in that truck most of the time, and we talk to ourselves. And if we ever come up with a good debate and an argument with ourselves, you know, there may be a little bit of issue there, but you know, at least it's good debate from one side to the other. But with that, I'll let you go, Senor. You have yourself a good morning, and hopefully we'll be on the road tomorrow when I call you.
And one more quick question for you: driving for one of the big companies, am I correct in assuming most of them, when you go to put fuel in your truck out there on the road, are you required to go to a particular, like a TA or a Petro or a Love's? You have like contracts where you have to fuel up somewhere in particular?
Well, when I was with CFI before they sold out and come to reincarnation, they had a fuel booklet that told you where to stop on your particular route in whatever state you were in and how much to get. When I was working for Rapid Freight of Texas and from Pflugerville, it was just get fuel where you can to stay running. But yeah, with Yellow, they would rather us fuel at Love's.
Okay.
Because if you get, because you'll get a discount after you accumulate so many thousands or millions of gallons, however it works out. Snyder was the same way, except their main bunch was with the Pilot Flying J, and that they did get a discount at the end of the month if they met the fuel quota that they were supposed to buy.
Okay. I mean, would it be a pretty significant discount, or a nickel, dime, or do you have any inkling on that?
I don't know. I've not been on that side of the side of the desk, crunching numbers and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
But I will tell you this. You were talking about $5 a gallon diesel in California, and last week or the week before, I'd taken a photograph being at the Santa Nella Loves, paying $5.05 a gallon using the fuel card, and that was considered a cash transaction. Now, if you had like a Visa or whatnot, well, it was going to cost you an extra 5 cents per gallon. So I mean, it's already there in some parts of the state. And when we were coming in from California heading back to Albuquerque, we stopped at the Lake Havasu Loves, and there was a line of trucks going out to Arizona 95, I believe is what it is, going to Lake Havasu City. I mean, there was a whole line from Fuel Island through the parking lot out to the highway, because I would assume that they were trying to get the fuel that was at $4.39 a gallon, and topping off their tanks as much as they could instead of buying that more expensive stuff in California.
No doubt.
So yeah,
that's kind of the reason I asked the question is because Monkey Gouger and several others shared this past day a photograph. I'm not sure where the photo was taken, but it's obviously a busy truck stop, rest stop, exit off of an interstate somewhere out there, where in the kind of like the panoramic view, you can actually see the marquee signs of a TA and a Love's off in the distance, and there's also apparently a Pilot there as well, and some little old mom and pop's Fuel Island station there. Brian was, I guess, one of the first that had posted. He said, what the actual blank? They're literally doing this in plain view. Well, actually, I had no idea that some of these big chains are actually raping the industry with their fuel prices. I don't know if you can see the TA and Love's fuel price. It's $4.39 per gallon. Let's see. TA $4.35 per gallon. The little mom and pop's truck stop is $3.69 per gallon. Now, if you look, the Love's and the TA parking lot, the fuel pumps are full. I don't know. Is he kind of questioning? Is it the company drivers caring less about paying 80 cents more per gallon to get the points on the reward card? Why wouldn't you want to save the company that's literally feeding your family a whopping $80 to as much as $200 on a fill-up? Is it because you're going to get anywhere from $1.20 to $5 in your fuel and your points? So that's kind of why I asked the question. So there's not a Pilot in the photo there. It's a TA at $4.35, the Love's right next door across the street at $4.39, but the little mom and pop's $3.69. That's a significant difference in price, 80 cents a gallon. That's just a question I had. And we'll get back at it right after this. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
The cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, I did scroll down a little bit further, looking at some of the comments that were made there after that post, and maybe that answers my question. Jay pretty much breaks it down like this. Jay said, you know, the reason they're buying at the high-priced fuel stops is because they don't pay pump price. Could very well be paying 80 cents a gallon less than the pump price. Now, he said, since I'm on the, the NASTIC fuel program, I do the same thing. I'm buying a TA or a Petro, and anywhere from 50 cents to $1 per gallon less than the actual pump price. So I guess feasibly, some of those filling up at the higher price stations could be actually saving more than they would if they even purchased the $3.69 a gallon, if that's possible. All right, Eagle, you hanging in there, brother?
You got me on the radio. Let me talk to you. Yeah, hello?
Hey there, what's going on, Eagle?
Yeah, how you doing? Yeah, it's been a couple of days since I talked to you. He's off from work. But as I was taking days off from work, I've been catching up on these truck driver deals, Steve, in Canada, and I learned some interesting things that's going on. First of all, the bridge, I've been to Canada before, but it's been since 2001 since I've been there. I've been across this Ambassador Bridge. I don't know if you've been watching the news today. They have this bridge completely shut down, and this is one of the most important bridges for auto parts and all kind of goods and stuff go into Canada via this bridge. And the truck drivers have parked their trucks on this bridge and completely shut it down. And there's no way to get into Canada. Well, you could get in. There's other ways to get into Canada, but there's another bridge. You have to travel like 100 miles, they say, to get to this other bridge. The blue, I think it's called the Blue something. I don't know. Forgot what the name was. You can get into Canada, but they claim that they got a 10-mile backup of trucks trying to get in that way. So they basically got Canada shut down for trucks right now. I mean, for freight getting into Canada, and that's a good thing because but the only problem is is that the so-called president of Canada has said today that he's not going to negotiate. It's been 2 weeks now, and he's not going to sit. He said he hasn't even sat down at the table with no truck drivers to try to, talk this deal out. So it's not looking too good right now, But I agree with what they're doing because, these mandates. This guy, Canada, he's trying to completely take over, Canada with his rules and regulations from what these truck drivers are saying. I listened to some of the interviews today, and these people are not happy. And, he even stooped to even worse levels today over the last couple of days, Steve, to show what kind of man this guy is. He said that he don't want people bringing these truck drivers food, water, and he's basically trying to freeze them out. Anybody that knows anything about trucks know that most trucks have to run to have heat in them, and he's telling people not to bring diesel fuel to these truck drivers so they can keep their trucks warm. And you know how cold it gets in Canada. So you have to be a real lowlife to do something like that. You still there?
Oh, yeah. And that's exactly what he's trying to do. Yeah. Freeze them out, starve them out, make them move. He's trying to disrupt any supplies coming into those drivers there.
Yeah, that's a low life. That's a low move to do something like that. To tell people not to bring food and water and fuel to these truck drivers. They even came up with an ordinance in Ottawa. They said the truck drivers are blowing their horns, and they passed a law saying that the truck drivers can't honk their horns anymore. They'll be ticketed. So they, this guy here, man, I'm real disappointed in him because I didn't think he was that type of a person. I thought that he would at least listen to the truck drivers' demands, but he's not doing that. And from what I'm understanding, that he said that he might get him until Monday, and then they might forcibly start removing these trucks off of the bridges and arresting people. From what I heard today, that he might resort to towing these trucks. As of right now, they say that the tow truck drivers in Ottawa are refusing to tow these trucks. They're not going along with the president's deal. But, that could change in the next couple of days. But some of these truck drivers have already said, Canadian drivers have said that they're willing to sit there as long as it takes for this guy to get rid of these, these mandates, which is totally ridiculous. And, from what you're saying now, this might take place in the United States. They're talking about having a truck driver convoy from California to Washington, D.C. And, we'll see if that takes place in the next couple of weeks. Because, I didn't, it's like I say, it's been a long time since I've been to Canada, but I didn't know the situation was that bad up there. And the people, they have to take a stance. And we may have to do the same thing down here in the U.S. to let Joe Biden and these people know that they can't continue to try to put these forcible mandates on people and costing people jobs and not allowing kids to go to school and these different rules and regulations. Because, like you said a long time ago, Steve, if you allow these people to get away with it, they're just going to put down even more harsher mandates on people. That's just going to be impossible to do anything at some point, But like I say, it's even affecting things down in Texas. I'm in Texas right now, and the company I drive for, we haul a lot of auto parts, and right now it's slow for business right now because a lot of the Canadian truck drivers, they they build a lot of trucks and cars in Mexico now, and if those guys are not able to get out of Canada, it affects me because I haul the parts. Once they bring the parts out of Mexico, I haul the parts back up to Michigan, Ohio. So it's not only affecting the Canadian truck drivers, it's affecting U.S. drivers at this point now. So it's not good for anybody what's happening. And hopefully the president of Canada realize that he needs to at least talk to these people and try to negotiate some kind of deal, because it's been 2 weeks now, and he hasn't even tried to sit down at the table with nobody. That's the reason why I say I'm really disappointed in him, because I didn't think he was that type of a person, but it looked like he is. So it all boils down to this, Steve. Truck drivers in America have never stayed together. We've always been a group of people that would always stab each other in the back. So hopefully if they do plan this rally in the U.S. from California to Washington, the truck drivers will stick together like they are in Canada and prove the point that we can't be run over. Because, the people we've been talking about this for years now, how important truck drivers are, Steve. But, some people, for some reason, they think that this loads, this freight, they think that these TVs and refrigerators and cars and everything else, they think they get there by themselves. But they don't it takes a truck driver to move these items to these different locations. And it's time that people, I don't care what country you're in, it's just time for people to start respecting truck drivers and not treat us like garbage. And if it means doing what the Canadian drivers do, then that's what has to be done, the way I see it. And hopefully the American truck drivers will stick together and make this deal happen, and so we can get rid of these mandates and get America back on track again in the U.S. and Canada and everybody else back to work. Because this is totally ridiculous. Like I say, you just go on video and you can see it for yourself on YouTube. I've never seen a bridge shut down like that before. There is no way to get into Canada right now on the Ambassador Bridge out of Detroit, Michigan.
I believe last I checked, they've got some. Canada is able to get some freight into the U.S. I believe it's the U.S. unable to get in Canada. I think I've got that straight, and that's been since Monday. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Here we are entering Thursday. So it's pretty much, everything's one way right now. And what's taking place in Canada is inspiring truck drivers literally all around the globe. From New Zealand to Australia to Alaska to Europe, many other convoys are getting underway. And of course, now we're just kind of awaiting the U.S. convoy. Couple weeks away, but we'll give you more ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention is considering updating its guidelines on the metrics states should use when considering lifting public health measures like mask mandates. Politico reported that CDC staff are weighing whether the agency should use case rates as a metric or whether it should lean more heavily on hospitalization data. A trucker convoy protesting vaccine mandates in Canada that shut down the capital city of Ottawa could be coming to the U.S. starting Super Bowl Sunday. This according to the Department of Homeland Security. Truckers said they won't leave until all vaccine mandates and COVID-19 restrictions are lifted. A handful of Canadian provinces have already lifted their mandates. And South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem says she's focused on her re-election bid, not the White House in 2024. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Are you looking for something different to experience with friends, family, or coworkers? How about the world of whiskey? Jeff Borker here from the Classic Dram, and we know whiskey can be a bit intimidating at first. But with the right guidance, it's a blast to explore. Let us put together an expert-certified whiskey event for your group. And we don't even have to be in the same room to do it. Regardless of your whiskey experience, we can organize and lead your group through a virtual whiskey tasting right in our very own Zoom online speakeasy. Now, these events are great for birthdays, anniversaries, or corporate get-togethers, or just celebrating time with friends. Now, a number of packages are available, and we can customize the experience just for you. Visit us today at theclassicdram.com or shoot us an email at info@theclassicdram.com. Let 2022 mark the start of your personal whiskey journey, and remember, come for the spirits and stay for the experience. Cheers, all.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Coming up at the midnight hour, Thursday night into Friday morning, tomorrow night's program, it'll be all things Hot Shot Secret. Those would be great, especially for some of those who may have just discovered the program via tncradio.live, the app. Explain to you. Kyle Fisher will be joining us and taking questions about which product might be beneficial for you, whatever you're trying to address with your car or your truck. Yeah, for that matter, of course, Hot Shot Secret's #1 selling oil additive is known as Stiction Eliminator. If you're out there on the road, you can pick it up at Travel Centers of America and Petro Stopping Centers nationwide. I mean, you can make your engine run better with a money-back guarantee. You've got nothing to lose. And if you'd like to order online, of course, maybe the better deal is go to hotshotsecret.com. And at checkout, you can always enter the code Overnight Drive, all one word, Overnight Drive. That gets you 10% off your entire order. On top of an additional 10%, you can get 20% off your entire order for first responders, veteran, or active duty military. If you are a CDL holder, you also qualify for that additional 10% off. So, yes, indeed, 20% off your entire order. Again, overnight drive. Meanwhile, back to, let me see, I mentioned all around the globe being inspired by the Canadian convoy. The pandemic restrictions that gripped Ottawa, which is now disrupting the U.S.-Canada border crossings, inspiring others that are tapping into the simmering resentment around the globe. Of course, in the United States, the trucker protest has drawn attention from politicians here, debating our own protocols. Canadian police said, quote, a significant United States element played a role in this demonstration. Obviously, many of you may have donated to the original GoFundMe page. But this all started with the frustration over the vaccination mandates at the border, which has now snowballed to include a hodgepodge of grievances around the world. Wellington, New Zealand. People protesting restrictions outside of Parliament this past day, February the 9th, camped outside New Zealand's Parliament to oppose COVID measures. A day after a convoy of vehicles clogged the streets in the capital, horns blaring. The rally first brought hundreds of people to the streets, though the numbers kind of dwindled to the dozens by later in the day, Wednesday. Local media outlets say it's not about health, it's about control. The prime minister there described the protesters as a minority. But New Zealand is set to start easing some of their border closure later this month. That we're talking a country that's had some of the strictest travel restrictions on the planet. Canberra, Australia. Protesters gathering out Parliament there. While the New Zealand rally seemed to have quieted, protests in the capital of Australia have lasted for about 8 days, a largely peaceful atmosphere. They're expected to keep going into this next weekend. People waving signs that read freedom in front of the parliament. Some lawmakers warned against an escalation of the demonstration in the country that saw protests against vaccine mandates last year even. Protesters who organized meals, camping gear, rejecting any claims that they're planning to cause trouble. Australian police did expel people from one Canberra site last week and said they would clear another if the demonstrators do not leave. We touched on Alaska. Truckers in Anchorage getting ready for the drive last weekend to support the Canadian drivers. Dozens of trucks gathered in Anchorage last Sunday, headed down to Eagle River, showing support for the Ottawa protesters. According to the local media reports, mandates should be our choice, whether you want the shots or not. One truck driver tells the Anchorage Daily that other cities in Alaska have seen similar events. On over to Europe. Truckers are planning to head to Brussels in the coming days, part of the European Freedom Convoy. Although Europe has a history of trucker and anti-lockdown protests, the Ottawa demonstration has now fueled a rush of online organizing with anti-vaccine and anti-mandate groups, starting to rally under the Freedom Convoy banner. One group for the convoy has more than 48,000 members, and users who join might be directed to calls for events in France, Portugal, Denmark, Norway. Via Telegram channels that are circulating the plan, messages range from expresses of support for truck drivers, while others are saying this is all misinformation about the vaccines. So that's where things stand. Would that be Big Ed or who we got? It says Biggie Record.
Big Ed.
Hello, Big Ed. Are you with me?
I'm with you, Stephen, my friend. I just thought I'd call in. I've had a fun day today, and I've been wound up like a 24-hour clock and having trouble going to bed, so I thought I'd listen to the show.
So how's the whole retirement thing going, Big Ed? Are you ready to get back on the road yet?
Well, excuse me, I didn't mean to cough in your ear. Yeah, this is different. I feel like I need to be going. And, of course, I'm still trying to figure out what I'm going to do. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I'd love to be out there, Steve. Really would.
Really?
If you think about it, all they got to do is give me a special exemption and let me draw my full Social Security and keep working. No, I'm all about doing all the math, and I'm gonna get what I can while I still got my health. Well, keep my health. And when I'm eligible to draw everything I can draw and still make money, then I might get back out there. It just all depends. But right now, I guess it's my own form of protest, if you want to look at it like that. And it's saying, hey, screw you, Democrats. Screw you, Joe Biden. I'm going to get what I got coming to me, and I'm going to make it work. And it's just like today. Which I got to call my company tomorrow and figure out what happened. But when you leave your job, your insurance should go for 30 days after you leave. At least every job I ever left, I always had insurance for 30 days after I left. Today I go up to get my meds. And they said $400. I said, whoa, insurance. Oh, well, your insurance has been canceled. Well, I damn sure ain't paying no $400 for my meds. So I said, so we're going to have to figure something out here. And luckily, the lady where I get my prescriptions, pretty intelligent in that. And I said, you get that cost down. And since I'm going to have to pay this out of my pocket because I need the meds, what I would normally pay with my insurance. She did call me this evening. She said, well, I got it down. And I don't know what, she applied various.
Yeah, I mean, they've got some of those for people that don't have insurance. They've got, what do they call it? Is it, I can't remember, MedRx or something? They've got big discount programs for people that don't have insurance.
Right, and so I'm going to go ahead and get my meds, go back down there and pay for them, but I'm going to get hold of my company tomorrow and find out, hey, what gives here, because I should have been covered for 30 more days, which I was going to take that 30 days and go find me some insurance. And, I know Mark Cuban has started a program where you can buy generics through his company. Supposed to be pretty cost effective for some, and they're supposedly not, they won't take insurance. Because when you start figuring the cost of what you're paying for the insurance, cost of your meds per day, which I have all my prescriptions down to $3.11 a day, which to me, the $3.11 a day for all the meds I'm on is not a bad price. But when that price starts going up $5, $6, $7 a day, then that gets a little bit damn steep,
Yeah.
And I don't want to be pulling that kind of money out of my pocket. So now I've got to start fooling with these insurance companies. Then I've got to try to find me a cost-effective health plan, cover me until I get Medicare eligible. And so I'm thinking, okay, do I go to a high deductible versus to a small deductible plan and figure the cost and what it's worth investment, which I don't feel, I feel like I'm healthy enough, Steve, pray to the good Lord I don't have to have any major surgery. Are you with me?
Absolutely.
Because if I do, all the money I saved, which I've done all my math, but I just wasn't quite ready to start dealing with this insurance crap. And I'm thinking with the Obama, and I'll find out from my tax people, I'd like to tell them take the damn insurance and shove it where the sun don't shine, what I'd like to do. I think there's another government mandate. Don't we have to have insurance? See, I haven't dealt into that realm. Under the Obama plan, aren't you required to have insurance?
Yeah, I mean, I get, the Obamacare thing is still there, but what the Supreme Court shot down the mandate to where you paid a penalty if you don't have it. So I don't think it's really costing you anything to not have it now.
Because I'm thinking I may just try to find me a low cost prescription plan, and then negotiate with the doctors if I need to go, like to a doctor for a 6 months checkup, which that's what I'm doing now, or the doctor visit. Usually the only thing that's pretty costly when you go to a doctor visit, if they, for your checkup is a lab. So if I can get that negotiated at a decent price, I may go the hell with the health insurance. But if I come down, I have to have major surgery. Shit. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that word. It's going to hit me in the pocketbook anyway.
Yes.
So is a retirement fund? No, I'm having to use my brain, and I didn't really want to have to use my brain like this. Today I had to use my brain, and now I'm kind of brain fried. I'm listening to your show, and I'm sitting there chewing on my fingernails, thinking, well, maybe I ought to get out there and start protesting.
Join the Freedom Convoy, Big Ed. You ain't got nothing better to do. Get your flags out, hop in the pickup, and join the convoy.
Yeah, somebody asked me if I was going to go join the trucking protest. I hadn't heard anything about it. I hadn't been paying attention. I knew them guys in Canada were doing a number up there, but I haven't hadn't really paid close attention to what the American drivers are going to do. But yeah, I damn good well I'd support them if they're going to go up there, and they're going to go up there with one voice. And what's your sticking point? That you've heard them do it before in the past, and they have various things like time at the docks and all that. To me, that's chicken feed. What's your main point?
This is it's all about the mandate for the truck drivers, in particular the cross-border drivers, and then March the 4th. That's the rallying date in California. They're going to start the convoy, I think, on the 5th, headed to Washington, D.C. Well, we did talk to Red Mule the other morning. I mean, he said he is going to join that convoy. He's all for it. And I don't know if they're going to be going from California to D.C. Hell, they might come through Oklahoma. Maybe you could just hop in the truck with the Red Mule and tag along.
Yeah, by God, sure. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Serious. I might have to get over Red Mule. My thing is, Steve, if the drivers are going to protest these choking regulations that prevent you from operating in a cost-effective manner. Am I making sense? You, the drivers, okay, just like you was talking about the fuel a while ago. Most of your bigger companies, they get these discounts. And you was talking about that mom and pop fuel. They're catering to I'm assuming, to the owner-operator, because that owner-operator is going, in my opinion, probably going to go, if I was, I'm owner-operator.
Absolutely.
I'm pop. Are you with me?
I mean, 80 cents a gallon difference, the hell with $5 on a fuel points to get a shower. I mean, you're saving a lot more by 80 cents a gallon.
Right. And it just, but what these types of regulations that these drivers are facing out here that's preventing them from operating their business. And that's where a lot of your owner operators need to step up to the plate. Say, hey, this is where we're hurting at, where these bigger companies, they can afford to negotiate these various fuel prices or negotiate their whatever mandates they need to, or regulations they need to try to bypass to continue to operate in a productive manner. That's where the small guys get hurt. Are you with me on what I'm trying to say?
Absolutely.
I hope you don't think I'm all over the board. So, yeah, if they'll go out there with one voice and go out there with a set plan, and I'm sorry, I'm not trying to offend nobody, get rid of the ideal of, well, it's costing me money at a dock or it's costing me money at the shipper. The government can't control that, Steve.
This is all supposed to be
they
about
cannot control.
And the only reason Red Mule said that he was in support of this, unlike other previous protests over the years, which we've seen them here and there, and now and then, typically very little, if any, participation. No one really notices. They garner some headlines. It's all about truck drivers and things like you're talking about. Yeah, Red Mule said that this is going to garner the support of millions of American people that are not truck drivers. You saw that as they were rolling through Canada, the thousands on the sides of the road, waving their flags, supporting the convoy, because everyone's impacted by these mandates, and millions of people support the freedom to make their own decisions, their own choice. So that's why he said he would back this.
And you're right. You're absolutely right. The mandates are having a direct impact on your shippers and receivers and the truck drivers and your American. It all trickles down.
Yep.
And that's the message they got to get out. The trickle down and how it's affecting Joe public. Are you with me?
Absolutely. I'm with you.
All right, Steve, I hope I made sense. If I didn't, I apologize, but I just want to touch base. And, yeah, that's not a bad idea. I need to get hold of Red Mule.
Get a hold of old Red
right,
Mule.
Steve,
That's right. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Big Ed, and enjoying retirement. Kinda. A couple minutes before we hit news update there. Top of the hour. What is it? 844-844-3388. Had another from the email bag. Question from the One Stack Mac. He said, I was hoping Horse Feathers could maybe shed a little light on his propane waiver that they get out there. In the state of Pennsylvania, every time it snows now, we have this wonderful tier system in the state that lets you know which commercial vehicles are banned from one tier to the next. Yeah, my question is, since he has the waiver, if his vehicle class is actually banned when they do this, or are they exempt as well? My company seems to think when there's a tier 4, no commercial vehicles, that doesn't apply to us because we haul medical supplies as per the COVID waiver. Now, it's just, just looking for not his legal advice or thoughts. I mean, it's sad that a Toyota Prius can travel on the road in a tier 4, but a loaded semi with chains cannot travel. And I've really enjoyed the restaurant tips the last couple of mornings. During my brief time working at the Red Robin back in my college days, I learned that the campfire sauce for the onion rings is actually made in-house. It's even sold in stores for about $5 for a little bottle. You can make your own with a little bit of mayo and a little barbecue sauce. That's all it is. But thank you for all you do for us drivers. So there's a question. News break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
USA Radio News.
White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki appeared to deflect questions on Wednesday about President Joe Biden's executive order, which provides crack pipes, among other supplies, to addicts to prevent infection. Psaki called it bad reporting, but the original article in the Washington Beacon quoted the Department of Health and Human Services directly, saying crack pipes are a part of these smoking kits.
The safe smoking skid may contain alcohol swabs, lip balm, other materials to promote hygiene and reduce the transmission of diseases like HIV and hepatitis. I would note that what we're really talking about is steps that we're taking as a federal government to address the opioid epidemic.
A Colorado mother who fatally abused her 7-year-old daughter and lied about her health to get handouts from charities was sentenced Wednesday to 16 years in prison. Kelly Turner previously pleaded guilty. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot Vpn. Patriot Vpn is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests. Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at PatriotVPN.com. That's PatriotVPN.com.
The White House has announced a program for vets to land well-paying jobs and help with the supply chain crisis.
The White House is working on the supply chain crisis by getting veterans into the trucking industry.
A key element of this plan is encouraging the trucking industry to recruit and retain well-trained drivers by creating a safe, welcoming, and stable career path with good-paying jobs and family-sustaining wages. We can think of few Americans better prepared to take on this challenge than our nation's veterans.
White House spokesperson Jen Psaki from the White House lectern. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
A trucker convoy protesting vaccine mandates in Canada that shut down the capital city of Ottawa could be coming to the U.S. starting Super Bowl Sunday. This according to the Department of Homeland Security. Truckers said they won't leave until all vaccine mandates and COVID-19 restrictions are lifted. A handful of Canadian provinces have already lifted their mandates. This is USA Radio News.
The greatest radio shows of all time.
Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Classic radio theater.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On this radio station or wherever podcasts are served, just by searching for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
The NFL commissioner weighed in on racism and equity, but no word on when the NFL rosters will look more like the population in the U.S.
NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell is facing tough questions ahead of the Super Bowl. Speaking in Los Angeles, Goodell addresses the scrutiny the league is facing following a lawsuit from former NFL coach Brian Flores alleging racism in the league's hiring process.
I think we made a tremendous amount, a lot of progress in a lot of areas, but not at the head coach. And that is something that is something we really have focused on to try to get the kind of results that we would expect.
The commissioner saying the league must take a step back and look at everything to find out what works and what doesn't work in making sure the hiring process is fair to everyone.
That's Tim Berg reporting. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has reportedly done an about-face and will now work with House Democrats on a bill that would ban members of Congress and their senior staff from tracking stocks. According to the New York Post, Pelosi has raked in as much as $30 million personally from stock trades on big tech companies that were facing an antitrust bill in Congress. Senator Roger Marshall spoke to Newsmax.
She's found a way to cheat and get away with it. This is the tip of the iceberg.
And SpaceX's newest fleet of satellites is tumbling out of orbit after being struck by a solar storm. For you, Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Blacktown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
Yeehaw! Thank you much, Big Moose on the loose. I did finally get a hold of Hillbilly Tex this past morning. Got an update on the moose. So he was trying to unload a refrigerator from like the back of his pickup, apparently. The way he was trying to explain it, I don't know, he was trying to somehow like slide it down a 2x4 or something. I can't really envision how it all happened, but 2x4 snapped or something. Big Moose went down. And the fridge kind of landed on his chest. Yeah, a couple 100 pounds of, ugh. But yeah, he went to the hospital. I guess they did some x-rays and whatnot. No broken ribs or anything, just kind of sore, so. Get well soon, Big Moose. Good golly. Meanwhile, our number, 844-844-3388. Hello to the CNI dog. What's happening?
Good morning. Okay, first thing, I can't believe the story about the crack pipes and needles and whatever else is in that pack. I mean, to me, it's like endorsing it. You know, I understand they're trying to prevent passing of diseases and stuff like that. But there's got to be a better way. You know, maybe they need to come up with a campus where they can monitor people and house them and feed them. I mean, if they're going to live that lifestyle and just instead of just putting it out on the raw areas, you know, I mean, it's just not right. I drove through that ice storm last week. That was pretty amazing.
That was fun, wasn't it?
1% of trucks out there.
Good times.
Out there on a set of wiggle wagons. Yeah, good times. Couldn't get over 35, 40 miles an hour. A lot of trucks were wrecked over there. I think it's because when they got to the twisties over in Bloomington up at 55 there in Illinois, they didn't anticipate, losing steer traction. You got the the Washington team, okay? So when they play the Chiefs, would that be the Commanders and the Chiefs?
Yeah, good question.
And maybe you could have a presidential section, there's a presidential suite, you could pay a little extra money for watching the Commanders and the Chiefs. And then I've seeing the signs over in Effingham, and they're about what was that, $4.18 a gallon. And in my house, around my house, it's almost $3.70 for unleaded right now.
Wow.
So I think we need to, open up the pipeline. In my opinion, of course, open up the pipeline and maybe do some more drilling, because we can't depend on the rest of the world to take care of us. I mean, we all have to take care of our own house. I love the show, and I'm glad you're with a new format also out there. And hello to all you people in the new format.
TNC
We're very
Radio.
happy to have you.
TNCradio.live.
Have a great evening and a great day.
Yep. All right. Well, the idea of opening up the pipeline, that would make sense. Finishing the damn Keystone and getting more of our fracking on U.S. soil back in business, that would make sense. But you have to understand that would be contrary to the green agenda, the Green New Deal. The idea is to get you paying so much for your gasoline and diesel fuel that you go ahead and break down and purchase an electric vehicle. Get on the right page, CNI dog. You got to go electric. Speaking of which, email from the missing link here. You were talking about fuel prices. I paid the most I've ever paid in my driving career at $5.15 a gallon in Ontario, California. I almost crapped a brick. I bet $5.15 a gallon. Yeah, California's average price just came out on Monday, $4.94 per gallon, almost $5 a gallon in California. Even the national average is knocking on the door at $4 a gallon. National average is, I believe it was $3.94, $3.95. And yesterday, well, here you go. It's not going to be going away anytime soon. Brace yourself for years of high energy prices. So say the heads of some of the top oil and gas companies. In what would pile pressure on governments struggling with spiraling inflation, as we've watched oil and gas prices skyrocket in recent months as a result of rapid recovery from the global pandemic activity, a drop in investment in new energy supplies. While oil and gas companies reported bumper earnings last year, consumers, particularly in Europe, have faced sharp rises in gas, heating oil, electricity, which have in turn led to several governments introducing subsidies to try and ease the pressure. According to the chief executive of France's Total Energies, he says, quote, "I have no good news to deliver. Oil prices will remain high. Total Energies will hand out €100, which would be like $114 a voucher to help some of their lower income clients deal with the high energy bills. European natural gas prices have more than tripled in the past year. What we can expect is volatility over the coming months and years, according to BP this past day. Now, British Petroleum reported the highest annual profit in 8 years, prompting calls for the government to impose more taxes on oil and gas companies to help deal with energy bills. But oil markets could see supplies tighten even more this year, adding support to prices above the $90 per barrel mark, which I guess that's where we are right now. Now, Equinor is Europe's second largest pipeline gas supplier after Russia's Gazprom actually posted record quarterly profits this past day. Look at it, 15 past the hour. Let's check in with, I believe, is that JR this morning? Hello, JR.
Hey, what's going on, Steve?
Not a whole lot.
I'm owner operator. You know, these guys, there's a difference between owner operator and independent. Independents is the one that are paying cash for this stuff. They're the ones that should be using mom and pop stores. You get an owner operator, they got fuel cards from the company they're leased to. So they don't care where, because where we're at right now, we got new fuel cards probably 6 years ago, and they told us this is pilots only. That was it. We get 60 to 80 cents off when we get our statement come in. We get 60, 80 cents off the gallon, what it shows outside on the pump. And we're getting quite a bit off.
So that kind of answers the question of filling up at, would you say, a pilot across the street versus the mom and pops that's 80 cents more per gallon. Yeah. So you're paying about the same regardless.
Right. It's about the same. It's almost the same. We got fuel in our yard. They post it all the time, like $3.32 a gallon, $3.30, $3.40. And that's about what we pay. We go to pilots. Get it that much cheaper.
Right.
But the independent drivers are the ones that, you go in there and get fuel, get a receipt, and then these guys come in here with cash and pay for it. I thought, man, how much are they ripping these guys off?
Right.
It's just amazing.
Right.
These guys go there and pays that crap. I don't. But I've been out here for 30 years doing this, own operator. There's a difference. Everybody says they're independent drivers are the ones that worried about the fuel price. I guarantee you, own operator is not, because he's got a fuel card from his company and they tell him where to fuel at.
That
was get a discount.
That was kind of the question I was at. That's why I asked Heatwave the question as a company driver anyway.
Right, company driver, they don't care where they fuel at, but as long as they tell them where to fuel, pilots or something. That's the way our company drivers are. Now, I go to Missouri, over here by St. Louis, and there's no pilots around St. Louis where I go. There's a Love's, because we used to fuel at Love's. And when we got a new fruit card, they stopped. Well, I told them. I said, look, I pay fuel tax on the road. I said, I need to fuel at the Love's. So they added that Love just for me. When I go over to Missouri, I can fuel up to get credit on my fuel tax. And they still give us the same discount as a pilot does. I never did understand why they stopped, told us we couldn't do no more Loves. But it's the cards they get, these fuel cards they get. Ours is like a credit card. So it must be the credit cards telling them where to do it, or I don't know. But, it's amazing when you watch them guys go in there, you can tell they're independents because they're paying cash. And I thought, man, I sure would be going to these Loves. And just here about a year ago, Pilot come out with 1.9 fuel stops. And they got the cheaper price. It's like Speedways, and there's some pilots, they made 1.9 fuel stops. But we can't fuel there because they're already giving a discount on the price. So they told us not to fuel there no more. So we don't even use them no more.
Gotcha.
But, it's something. I don't know. It's amazing how that works out here.
It's just really when
I might get my fuel.
You multiply the number of trucks that are moving out there and just, the price that you're paying at the pump now versus, I think what they say, diesel's like $1.15 a gallon more than it was 1 year ago today. Multiply that probably that times the millions. And, as we've said in the past, especially going back to, what was it, 2008, 2009, when we saw this incredible jump in prices at the pump, the amount of money that it's taking out of the overall economy, all that money that would be spent on other goods and services. But that's where we stand. Get ready to live with it. What's happening this morning? Philip, hey there.
Hey, bud, how you doing? Man, I tell you what, all this talk about fuel's kind of scaring me there, Steve. I mean, down here in Florida right now, unleaded's about $3.45 to $3.50 around in there. That's what we said in there. That's why I'm driving my little Honda right now for now. You know, I got to go to work. But my big question about this convoy thing is, you're not going to see too many company trucks in there, are you, Steve? What do you think?
According to the organizers, they say they're talking with numerous companies. Be interesting to see if some of them actually do participate.
Because that's one of the biggest problems that I've seen in all the years that I drove with when it came to the protests and whatnot. If they protest over regulations or whatever was going to happen, was the company drivers. I mean, the most of the trucks that are out there, Steve, there's a lot of company trucks out there running, and to get the companies on board, it's going to be crazy. As far as the owner-operators go and the independents, it depends on who's gonna take the bow and lose the money on the freight when they're sitting still. That's my big question about the convoy. And getting on, at 1:15 this morning, they stacked the full Starship at Boca Chica, Steve. If you get a chance, pull up go on YouTube and pull up the Starbase 24/7, and you'll see the full finished product sitting there on the pad. So you get a chance to check that out. And the James Webb Telescope, they're finally getting back data on that. It's sending back data now. They actually started getting data back the 3rd of this month. So that's going to be interesting when they see the data for that, and we'll see what's coming out of that. But if you get a chance, look at that Starship, man. That was interesting seeing them pick that thing up with those bars without a crane. That was crazy. And they've still got the what they call the chopsticks hooked up to it, looking, holding it up there while they get everything put it together. It's pretty cool looking. What do you think, Steve?
So I'm looking at some of the photos as we speak, and I guess it's later on this evening. Isn't Musk supposed to give like the big update sometime, like 8 or 9 o'clock tonight or something?
Yeah, 9 o'clock tonight. He's supposed to have a press conference with everybody and let them know what their future plans are. I think that the FAA has given them the final go-ahead for the launch. Now, there is talk. Now, initially, that Starship is supposed to launch, and it's supposed to go up there, and it's going to come back. And the Starship, which is the top piece, that is actually going to fall over by Hawaii and the Pacific and sink. Now, the booster, which is the bottom, that is supposed to go into the Gulf of Mexico and fall there. But there has been rumored that Elon Musk is thinking about bringing it back to Boca Chica and land it on that pad it's sitting on right now and catch it with the apparatus that's holding the Starship right now. Now, if he does that, that's going to be some crazy stuff, because you see how big that piece is. That's a big piece of metal there. And if he's able to catch that thing and bring it right back to that pad, he's gonna show the world that he can do what he needs to do. What do you think, Steve?
That's pretty wild. This thing stands nearly 400 feet tall. Wow.
Yeah, he went out and bought an LR 11,000 Liebherr crane. It's not the biggest one. It's pretty big. It's not as big as the one that they used to build that tower with. But he bought one of the biggest ones they've got, and he used that to put the booster on the pad. And then to get the Starship on top of that, they had to use those, well, they call them chopsticks, but it's basically it's like bars that pick it up. And they've got a big pulley that's on that tower at the bottom, at the base of it, that pulled that thing up there on top of it. So they basically use the tower as a crane itself. It's pretty much a lot of engineering there, and that it's amazing how he did that. And that winch that pulled that up, it's probably about the spool on it has got to be 10 feet around or more. It's huge. It's a big old spool that holds that in. So check that out, Steve. It's really cool. So, but that's pretty much all I got to say. And thanks a lot, bud. Y'all have a good one.
Thank you so much. Good to hear from you there, Philip. Yeah, the headline, SpaceX stacks the tallest rocket in history at nearly 400 feet tall. Big. We return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Got a couple minutes. We'll be hitting that news update there, bottom of the hour, just around the corner. Meanwhile, let's try Gilligan this morning. What do you say, Gilligan?
Oh, not much, Steve. Hey, that previous caller kind of stole my thunder there a little bit. I've been driving for companies. I've been a company driver ever since I've started driving. And the companies dictate where you get your fuel. And stop these mom and pops. I know a lot of owner operators are here. Well, why do they keep on going into these to the pilots, the plugs, and that? Well, that's because that's where the companies tell you to fuel. Now, I don't buy fuel on the road anymore. I get buy fuel at the terminals. I have a fuel card with me in case of an emergency, but I've never used it in almost 8 years I've been running LTL for Avery. I'm going to touch on something that I've been trying to find out something about, but nobody seems to understand. I can't get any information. I guess I need to look this up. Now, these dolly pickups have been pulling these fifth-wheel trailers with 3 cars on them for several years. But I have noticed that here in recent years, here in the last year or so, maybe more, I've been seeing them like with 4 SUVs on them, and tonight, I've seen this before, they literally have a car hauling trailer hooked to it, and this is a dolly pickup, and it's got 5 vehicles on it. How? I can't see how that is legal. You know, I mean, I'm sure the diesel in that truck's got the power to pull it, but how but it doesn't have the suspension, the differentials, and everything to handle that kind of weight. I mean, I don't see any way this could not be pushed into needing at least a Class B CDL because of the amount of weight, because it would push it over 26,000 pounds. It just, I'm a little confused on that. And I'm going to bring something else up. I don't know other parts of the country. I haven't been seeing here lately, but there's a lot of trucks that was running 81. They go buy these old junky 6-wheel trucks at these auctions. They're wore out. Some of the guys driving them don't even have a driver's license themselves. Because you know people that done it. They're taking these trucks and stuff down to Mexico to sell. And here's some of the hazards I'm seeing out on this road. I mean, that deal with taking that stuff down to Mexico has been going on for years.
Right. I've been hearing about that for a long time. Yep.
Why don't they crack down on this stuff? I mean, this is crazy. But I'd like to get some feedback on this deal. These dually pickups, but these big trailers are all like 5 vehicles. What I seen tonight actually had a pretty good sized pickup and a couple of SUVs on it. I mean, just the vehicles on that trailer would have to be close to 20,000 pounds. You know, and the trailer, then you add in the trailer itself plus the pickup itself. I don't care if it's an F550 even or a 5500 GMC or something. Or Dodge. That's still a lot of weight.
I got some neighbors with some pretty. I see them out there with the pickup truck. I mean, they got the dually. Yeah, the Dodge dually. I think he traded that in for a gas Ford, maybe. He's got one hell of a trailer he hooks up to that thing. Trailer home. All right, with that a little bit behind there, but we get our news break and we return the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The numbers are going from bad to worse in the polls for President Joe Biden. A Real Clear Politics average of all the most recent national surveys measuring Biden's standing put the president's approval at 39%. Among other things, these numbers are tied to the aftermath of Afghanistan, the current Ukraine crisis, and lingering COVID-19 mandates. Meanwhile, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki appeared to play cleanup on Wednesday when asked about $30 million in taxpayer money used to supply smoking kits to addicts, including crack pipes.
They removed in response to this reporting and this pushback.
They were never a part of the kit. It was inaccurate reporting, and we wanted to put out information to make that clear.
However, the original article in the Washington Free Beacon quoted the Department of Health and Human Services, which specifically mentioned crack pipes. This is USA Radio News.
If you have diabetes and you're on Medicare, you may qualify for a free continuous glucose monitor system. Managing your diabetes is crucial to your health. The new CGM systems can automatically manage your diabetes better for you. And by using a CGM system, you can eliminate forever one thing most people with diabetes hate the most: finger sticks. Now it's possible to manage your diabetes better, end the painful finger sticks, and get a new CGM monitoring system at little or no cost to you. We even provide in-home delivery and do all the insurance paperwork for you. Now is the best time to manage your diabetes better and get your continuous glucose monitor. Call now for details. 800-396-0150. 800-396-0150. 800-396-0150. That's 800-396-0150.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, as we head into Super Bowl weekend coming up here, Houday, had a big announcement from Roger Goodell this past day. The National Football League will head to Munich for the first ever regular season game on German soil. That was the announcement. Yeah, the league has committed to 4 games in Germany between 2022 and 25. Yeah, 2 apiece. 2 in Munich, 2 in Frankfurt. His statement says, "We're pleased, very pleased to welcome Munich and Frankfurt to the NFL family. Excited to reward our fans in Germany for their passion by bringing them the spectacle of regular season NFL football. We look forward to staging our first game in Germany at FC Bayern Munich's fantastic stadium later this year, and to exploring areas of broader collaboration." All right, the NFL has 4 international games planned this year, in addition to the one in Germany. Of course, England, which they've been doing that for several years now, right? England's going to host 3 games. Mexico will get 1. League did not announce home teams for the international games. Germany, they tell us, though, has emerged as one of the hottest international markets for the NFL in recent years. An estimated 19 million NFL fans reside in Germany. Viewership across the nation has risen substantially since 2017. Okay. All right, Missing Link got you coming up here. Hang in there. Chewy first, I believe. Is that correct? Is it Chewy?
Yes, sir.
Morning.
How are you, Steve?
Doing well. What's happening out there?
Well, I apologize if I missed anybody calling in about this, but I pass the Peace Bridge every night, 5 nights a week, and I passed last night at 11:30, and it was backed up from Canadian Customs all the way across the bridge, all the way out onto the Interstate 190 there, all the way down through Buffalo. So it was pretty messed up there last night when I left.
Obviously, was that coming into the U.S. or out of the U.S.? You remember which side was backed up?
It was backed up going into Canada.
Interesting. I guess that's because so much freight trying to get into Canada. I mean, with things blocked up at the ambassador, so a lot of it's still diverting to the other options. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, well, I'm thinking either that or they might just be holding stuff up. They did have a sign up in Buffalo for anybody trying to cross the bridge to keep going north up to the Queenston-Lewiston Bridge.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure. That does affect traffic right there downtown Buffalo because they were backed up out on the interstate. In case anybody's going up that way, just be careful.
I guess suffice it to say, whatever crossing you're going to take to get into or out of Canada, you're going to need extra time, probably along the lines of hours extra. Would that be a fair guess?
Yeah. We have Canadian drivers that come down every night, but they cross like the Northern Bridge up there or Queenston, Lewiston, and they said they don't know what they're going to do if they, if it gets that bad that it's backed up for them because they do 2 turns and late out of Toronto down to Buffalo and sit at that bridge that long. They're not going to be able to make it, so we'll see what happens.
Would kind of translate for each driver? You're going to be that's one less load that's going to be moving. That's essentially cutting for that particular company. Yeah, the amount of freight they're going to be moving, it's cut in half, literally cutting it in half. Thank you for the update there, Chewy. Morning, Missing Link.
Top of the morning to you, Steve. How are you, buddy?
Doing all right. Long time no talk. How you been out there?
Oh, just still doing that deal, still hauling these cars. That other gentleman that called in just a little bit ago, about them pickup trucks hauling them cars. A lot of these companies, that's number one, those trailers that they haul these cars on, they weigh just a little bit of anything. I mean, they're probably, they're a reinforced trailer, but they're really light. But a lot of these other companies that's pulling these cars, they're reinforcing the pickup trucks as well. They're putting heavier springs on them and everything else. So that's how they're that's one way that they're getting away with hauling all that weight. And he's not far off on that weight. 26,000 pounds is what these pickup trucks are hauling. Now, personally, do I think it's too much weight on these trucks still, even if the trucks are reinforced? Absolutely. I mean, you're talking 26,000 pounds of vehicles sitting on 6 tires. Trailer tires too, of course, but still. It's just, these companies are finding different ways of, that they're just like anybody else, finding different ways to make money. And that's, if they can reinforce their pickup trucks and, to pull that kind of weight, well, then more power to them. I don't agree with it. I'm sure a lot of other people don't agree with it, but, But I see you read my email on the fuel price there in Ontario, California the other day.
$5.15?
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it. That's the highest, in my 25 years out here on the road, that is the highest I've ever paid for diesel. I mean, I don't pay for it, personally, but, paying for it with a card or whatever, I've never seen it that much. And I was actually talking to another driver that lives out there in California, and he was saying by the end of March, he was hearing rumors of diesel prices maybe flirting with the $6 mark.
Wow. They're in California.
And I don't know how they, especially these local drivers, that just run California. I don't know how they're doing it.
Well, obviously, it's
a lot of cheese.
Fuel surcharges, right? Everything moving out there's got probably incredible surcharges tagged on, like they did back in 2008.
It better be. That's all I'm going to say. It better be one hell of a fuel surcharge. Especially if it's going to flirt the $6 mark. It better be one damn good fuel surcharge.
Wow.
But and as far as I was listening to that news update, and it was talking about Biden's approval rating, 39%. Is it really any surprise? I mean, America is, they're PIST right now.
Yes.
They're,
yes.
The inflation just keeps going up every day. Oil prices are, off the charts. It just, now that all these mandates for the vaccine and everything else, and I agree with these Americans, man. You know what? It should be choice. If you want it, get it. If you don't, you shouldn't have to be forced to get it, period. But, where does it say in our constitutional right that we have to have a vaccine? But yeah, I don't think he's got a prayer come 24. He's out. He's on his way out. I think he knows it. I think a lot of other Democrats know it. And then come to 22 midterms, I think we're going to get a lot of control back come 22 midterms. But the time will tell. But it cracks me up though. All these people that voted for him, but now they're having a fit. Well, you're getting what you voted for. You wanted this. Now you're going to have to live with it.
Who was it?
For another 3 years.
Didn't one Barack Obama state something along the lines that elections have consequences? If you don't like what you're seeing, get out and vote next time around.
Yep. That is that. Yep. And if you don't vote, you ain't got no reason to bitch neither.
Yeah, that's true.
That's my philosophy. That's what Dad always told me.
Well, after Barack Obama made that statement, people did get out and vote in 2016. We saw what happened there. Now, as far as Joe Biden, undoubtedly, he's not even going to be around for the 2024 election. I mean, the whole cognitive thing, that has surfaced once again this past day. Nearly 40 Republican lawmakers are calling on Biden to take the cognitive test. Follow the example that was set by your predecessor. How many months did we listen to the mainstream media on a daily basis beating the drum that Donald Trump, president at the time, was mentally unfit to be president? You can go back and through the archives, and it just from CNN to MSNBC, the ABC, all the mainstream networks just beating that drum. And he took the damn thing. He took the test. This push to undergo cognitive testing, as recent polls show, many Americans are unsure if the man is mentally fit for office. course, the question even came up in his news conference. Why, Mr. President, do you think so many people are concerned about your cognitive abilities? To which, what was his response? I have no idea. Well, no, he doesn't have any idea. The former physician to President Representative Ronnie Jackson of Texas led a letter with 37 of his Republican colleagues to Biden on Tuesday, I guess it was, expressing their concern with his current cognitive state. Quote, my colleagues and I are again asking President Biden to immediately undergo a formal cognitive screening exam, such as the Montreal Cognitive Assessment. As a former physician of 3 presidents of the United States, I know what it takes mentally and physically to execute the duties of commander-in-chief and head of state. Joe Biden has continually proven to me and to the world that something is not right. The American people deserve to have absolute confidence in their president's cognitive ability. He went on to say this would be an important first step to reassure Americans that the president is fit for office, or in identifying and properly treating symptoms of impairment that are consistent with a variety of cognitive diseases, Alzheimer's, vascular dementia, Parkinson's, or multiple sclerosis. This isn't a partisan issue. When I discussed taking a cognitive test with President Trump, he was eager to assure the American people and put the fake news media's stories to bed. Why won't President Biden do the same? We can only assume the worst if he does not submit to the same standard that his own party demanded of the last administration. The precedent has been set. They did it. In the letter, the lawmakers wrote that they believe that regardless of gender, age, or political party, all presidents should follow the example set by President Trump to document and demonstrate sound mental abilities. While you underwent your annual physical exam on November 19 of 21, you either did not face a cognitive test or those results have been withheld from the public. Adding that while the current physician to the president declared Biden physically, we're worried about mental abilities. The Alzheimer's Association lists changes in mood and personality, including being more easily upset, as one of 10 signs of mental decline. You displayed this type of mood change during a cabinet meeting January the 24th, when you apparently didn't know your microphone was on after finishing your opening remarks, and you called a White House reporter a stupid son of a bitch in response to a question that he asked you about inflation. Of course, they also pointed out his stumbling when trying to say how many Americans have received the booster shots, and that these slip-ups, these are not just sort of some recent trend. The president's mental decline and forgetfulness have become very much more apparent over the past 2 years, they said. Now, good morning to the Red Mule. What's happening out there?
Hey, Steve, can you come back to me in a few minutes?
I certainly can. Absolutely. We'll take care of that. You know what? I've got to get a quick break in here anyway. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I don't know if Brain Dead actually personally got the email or if he just shared this from someone else, but here a few hours ago he shared the link to this. And we've heard of all these scams that take place from overseas, foreign countries, and oftentimes you'll see like pretty blatant typos, words that, or obviously the communication, the English language, they are lacking the ability to communicate correctly. But this one has to take the cake. Hello, my good friend. Now, Brain Dead said, I got this email. I can't believe it. I'm finally going to get some big money. This is to inform you that the management of United Bank of Africa, PLC, wishes to inform you you are in receipt, or we are in receipt of your ATM card issued in your favor with the amount of $4.5 million US. And DHL, they told us to cancel the ATM card that you have refused to pay their delivery fee of your ATM card of $150 US. You're now advised to contact our Director General. Tell him what's going on and why you asked DHL to destroy your ATM MasterCard. Contact our Director General, Mr. Blah, 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 at this email. Send your name, address, and telephone number in case you still want to receive your ATM. Hence, he will cancel your ATM card. We've been waiting to hear from you. To know if you still want to receive your ATM card or not, before we will take any action, feel free to get in touch with our Bank Director General because your ATM card is with him. Ask him to send the ATM card without any delay if you still want it. Acknowledge this message immediately to your ATM. Now it says Visa card. In the heart of the message, it's a MasterCard. At the bottom, it's a Visa. Please provide the following information: full name, phone number, home address for delivery, date of birth, your occupation, and a copy of your driving license. Now, please tell me no one could possibly fall for that. Or could they? It is News Update. Back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The numbers are going from bad to worse in the polls for President Joe Biden. A Real Clear Politics average of all the most recent national surveys measuring Biden's standing put the president's approval at 39%. Among other things, these numbers are tied to the aftermath of Afghanistan, the current Ukraine crisis, and lingering COVID-19 mandates. Meanwhile, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki appeared to play cleanup on Wednesday when asked about $30 million in taxpayer money used to supply smoking kits to addicts, including crack pipes.
Were they removed in response to this reporting and this pushback?
They were never part of the kit. It was inaccurate reporting, and we wanted to put out information to make that clear.
However, the original article in the Washington Free Beacon quoted the Department of Health and Human Services, which specifically mentioned crack pipes. This is USA Radio News.
You know, I've told y'all how much my feet hurt from time to time, and I've also told you how much I enjoy getting to work because right here under my desk I have a pair of my slippers. Mike Lindell's new invention with patented fill, the My Pillow fill that, he works in the pillow so well, comfort memory foam, patented impact gel, and it has an indoor-outdoor sole for all-day use. Right now, they are on sale. If you go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, you will see My Pillow slippers at 50% off, but only for a limited time. Plus, you'll get Mike's softcover book, What Are the Odds? From Crack Addict to CEO. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Use my promo code USA. Savings on overstock items, too, at mypillow.com.
The president of France met with his counterparts in Russia and Ukraine separately as tensions continue.
As French President Macron invited his Ukrainian counterpart Zelensky in Kyiv on Tuesday for diplomatic talks on the country's crisis with Russia, Moscow said there were points of convergence laid out by Macron during his 5-hour meeting with Russian President Putin a day earlier. But the Kremlin denies that the two leaders had agreed to de-escalate the tense standoff at the Ukrainian border. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
The White House says students and teachers should continue to wear masks to prevent the spread of COVID-19 in schools, even as states lift mask mandates. Several Democratic-run states will lift mandates over the next several weeks. Press Secretary Jen Psaki emphasized flexibility on Wednesday and said the White House is evaluating data. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell, the inventor and CEO of MyPillow, wants to give back to listeners. You can get great discounts on all MyPillow products if you go to mypillow.com. Click on the radio listener special. Deep discounts on all MyPillow products, like the buy one, get one free special on Giza Dream Sheets. All MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Call 1-800-951-8175 or go to mypillow.com. Click on the radio listener special. Use my promo code USA.
A pilot program that aims to put illegals under house arrest is receiving pushback.
The Biden administration is putting hundreds of illegal immigrants under house arrest in a test program aimed at slashing costs amid the soaring number of crossings at the U.S.-Mexico border. The home curfew pilot program in Baltimore and Houston would include 100 to 200 single adults in each location. Arizona Attorney General Mark Brnovich says this program will be costing you money.
It's obvious that the Biden administration is systematically trying to not only dismantle ICE, but essentially eliminate our entire southern border. The taxpayers are going to subsidize this progressive left social experiment. And unfortunately, it's going to be all of us are going to pay the cost in increased crime, and increased drug addiction, and really destruction in our inner cities.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
A blockade of the bridge between Canada and Detroit by protesters demanding an end to Canada's COVID-19 restrictions has forced the shutdown of a Ford plant. Canada-bound traffic was halted at the Ambassador Bridge between Detroit and Windsor, Ontario, while U.S.-bound traffic was still moving. Ford says parts shortages forced it to shut down its engine plant in Windsor and to run an assembly plant in Oakville, Ontario, on a reduced schedule. The blockade also disrupted operations at a GM factory near Lansing, Michigan. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab.
Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Hey there, one more time around on a Thursday. So, yeah, got a Friday coming on. Kyle Fisher joins us, talking all things Hot Shot Secret for our Friday morning. Then it's on into Super Bowl weekend. I think the mainstream media may have finally almost been forced to start giving some coverage to the Canadian convoy, as we've shared the sentiment spreading elsewhere around the globe. Dr. Mercola shared this past morning. Did you know there's a massive trucker convoy protesting jab mandates in Ottawa, Canada? He says, well, you're forgiven if you missed it because the gigantic movement received very minimal coverage in the conventional press for the first week or so. Ditto for similar protests forming in other countries like Australia and Germany. Now we know what's going on. Now he goes on down to say, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau initially tried to downplay the protest. He referred to it as a small fringe minority who hold unacceptable views. You do not represent the views of Canadians. Boggles the mind how rapidly our countries have spiraled into authoritarianism, where the very idea of freedom is apparently now unacceptable. But we cannot be surprised. It is no secret the World Economic Forum, which is leading the technocratic takeover of the world, has penetrated the cabinet of Trudeau and many other countries. The World Economic Forum head and founder admitted this in 2017. So once his, quote, fringe minority descended on Ottawa, Trudeau ran. Not only was he escorted out of his official residence, as reported by the New York Times, he's also said to have tested positive for COVID and was going to be in isolation for a week. Countless videos illustrate just how out of touch his comments are, and that's putting it kindly. As we saw the highways and overpasses inside the city, outside the city, where Canadians gathered in mass, astounding numbers to cheer on the truckers everywhere, thanking them for taking up this peaceful fight for freedom. While the actual number of trucks involved is not actually known, it seems reasonable to assume it's in the thousands. The convoy could be a world record setter in terms of its size, at one point reaching an estimated 43.5 miles long. All right, they've got some video that they're sharing there. Very interesting, though. Yeah, you can only give it no coverage for so long. It's really become a political tsunami, I guess you'd have to say. All right, see if Red Mule, you all set to roll there, brother?
Yeah, Steve. I'm out here looking at the UFOs out here in the Arizona desert. What it is, they doing the crop dusting on the lettuce fields out here with the helicopters, and so you see the light going along the field, and all of a sudden it shoots up in the air and then turns around, goes back down. And I thought I was seeing a reflection in my window there for a minute. It took me a minute to figure out what it was. So, Steve, speaking, I've got a bunch of items this morning, so I'm going to try and run through them. Speaking of Justin Trudeau, now I hear all these commentators saying, well, we're surprised that the Canadians are protesting. In 1973, Steve, I spent some time on Vancouver Island in the town of Nanaimo, and I don't remember if this was when Justin's father, Pierre, was prime minister or not, but anyhow, I don't remember if it was a strike with the ferries or what it was. Anyhow, the ferries were shut down there for a couple of weeks, and the people that I knew there, they were the opposing party, and I don't remember what the other party was, but they were NDP, and their guy didn't get in, the other guy got in, and then the strike came up, so they had a pickup truck, put signs up on the side of it, painted on there, "Don't blame me, I voted for NDP," and went down by the ferry docks, drove back and forth honking their horns. So Canadians aren't cowards. They go out there and protest whenever something doesn't suit them. So, Steve, did you get that email I sent you with the pictures of the smog?
I did indeed. Yeah, beautiful horizon there. Yeah, all smoggy.
Yeah, well, shouldn't be too surprised, I guess. Speaking of Texas, Steve, I'm going to jog your memory here a bit. 4 or 5 years ago, I called you when I'd gone through the Permian Basin, and I told you, I believe it was 119 oil rigs that I could see off the side of the road. Recall that?
I do, yes.
I went through there last night. I counted 7. That pretty well explains what's going on. You know, I know there's not a direct cause and effect to the number of oil rigs out there working to the number of, or the price of fuel, but there's got to be an indirect link in there somewhere. So
no doubt.
Changing the subject, heat wave brought up freight. Yeah, freight's died off. I've been looking for 2 days to get a load, and this past afternoon, 4 loads came up on the board, and I grabbed one of them, and the other 3 were gone within about 15 minutes. So, and freight rates are down about, I don't know, $400 or $500. But like Keyway said, it's that time of year it always happens. So, Steve, you were talking about fuel prices, and somebody was talking about the independent operators, and I appreciate your concern, but I run the I-40 corridor. And between Maverick and QuickTime, I can get my fuel from anywhere from 30 to 70 cents under what TA and all these other guys are charging. So, yeah, I'm paying a little bit more than the big companies are, but I'll be here next year. I'm not too concerned about that. Not happy about it, but I'll be here. What else am I going to bring up? Oh, Steve, now, Heatwave also brought up this thing about the people in San Francisco wanting to take the homeless in. And, of course, I talked to him a few minutes ago, and he said, well, we'll do it when Nancy Pelosi does it. And, of course, we know that ain't never going to happen. But, Steve, do you remember, it's got to be 15 years ago, if not more, do you remember the story of Elizabeth Smart in Utah? That name ring a bell to you?
Was that the girl that disappeared?
Yeah, they got kidnapped.
Okay.
And as I understand what happened, her father was trying to be a nice guy, so he went down and hired one of these homeless guys to do some work around his house, and then the guy came back a couple nights later and kidnapped his daughter.
Mm-hmm.
You know, why would it, you know, like I say, the guy was trying to be a nice guy, be a good Christian, everything like that. But there's got to be limits to how much you expose yourself and your family. And I'm sure as heck not going to take some homeless person into my house.
Well, how many you reckon Nancy Pelosi's going to take in?
Well, you know, she's got that big fancy refrigerator there. She can feed them ice cream and everything.
Yeah.
So I'm sure she'll take a whole bunch in. So, what else am I going to bring up? Oh, Steve, what I was actually calling about. Okay, now we talked the other night about this convoy they're putting together. Now, I was talking to Mr. Feathers, and, you know, he said the other day that he wasn't sure Washington, D.C. was the right place to go, and he also said that maybe it'd be better if it was done later, closer to the election. You know, Mr. Feathers is pretty smart, and I think he's got some valid points there. But here's what I'm questioning. Now, we've seen California, New York, and all these people in the last couple of days drop their mandates. What if they drop, what if Biden, sees how the political wind's blowing and drops the national mandate before this convoy takes off? Then are they going to have a cause for that, Steve?
I would think if he dropped the mandate, then they could almost say they were successful before they got started. Well,
then is there any point to go ahead and have the convoy? That's, like I said the other day, I'm not going to go out there and join a convoy and block traffic for truckers' issues.
Right.
But if he drops a mandate, I don't know if they've still got an issue unless they can come up with something else.
Mm-hmm.
So, Steve, did you hear, and I mentioned this before, good old Geraldo, he's one of those guys you almost get where you can like, and then he makes a jerk out of himself. Did you catch him on Fox today calling the Canadian truckers a bunch of thugs?
No, I did not. No, go figure. That sounds like Geraldo.
Yeah, I just, the guy's such a low life. Something else I was going to bring up. I can't remember now what it was. So, well, it was 75 degrees in Tucson today, and you can see why it is that they have that international gym show every year there in February, because the weather's so nice. But it was sure nice, Steve, to take my 7-hour break and not have to run the truck or run the bunk heater to keep warm. And so I was pretty happy about that. So, dang it, I know there's something else I want to bring up, Steve. I can't remember what it is. So I guess that's all I've got this morning.
Thank you much, Red Mule. And, thanks for hanging in there. Santa Claus sends me an email here a couple minutes ago. Said, just woke up on the central coast of California. Unleaded gasoline at $7.49. And I've already seen in the Los Angeles and Bay Area over $6 a gallon diesel. I mean, these are normally high-priced areas, but $7.49? Hey, what are we looking at? 17 past the hour. Quick 2-minute timeout, and we return the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111. I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, welcome back. Whenever you tried to send me there, Santa Claus, what that from the San Luis Obispo.com. Now, I got the link, but whatever it is, they're trying to say you have to subscribe to continue reading. They want some jack. Hey, real quick, like we've been hearing in the news updates as well, that Nancy Pelosi kind of doing an about face, backing a legislative movement that would require Capitol lawmakers to refrain from trading individual stocks. It appears if such legislation is passed, it could force her husband, Paul Pelosi, to sell nearly $10 million worth of stock. Over the previous year, Pelosi's disclosures, which were reviewed by Newsweek, showed purchases of somewhere between almost $10 million to nearly $32 million worth of stocks. That's 2021, folks. Now, these disclosures list the amount of each individual transaction in the form of ranges. That's why such a big range, between 10 and 32 million. Under the rules dictated in the Senate legislation sponsored by, you've got Democrat Senators Mark Kelly of Arizona and John Ossoff of Georgia, the spouses of lawmakers and their dependent children would be forced to divest individual stocks that could only be reinvested if placed in a blind trust. So Paul Pelosi bought about $9.8 million worth of stock last year. Yeah, this push by lawmakers, their families, and their staff to divest from the market as growing concerns that their trading, I would say, undoubtedly presents potential conflicts of interest, you think? They are privy to information that would affect markets before the general public, and that could influence their actual legislation. With this movement growing and gaining momentum, Pelosi has now indicated she'd like to see some trading limitations implemented government-wide, including the likes of even the Supreme Court, which currently does not have to provide disclosures like the executive and legislative branches. Now, Nancy's not the only one whose disclosures reveal millions of dollars worth of transactions. According to MarketWatch, Republican Congressman Michael McCall bought and sold more stock than any other member of Congress last year, at least over $31.4 million worth of purchases and over $35.2 million worth of sales. According to the first disclosure of this year, 2022 already, Representative McCall of Texas purchased somewhere between $3.8 million to over $8.6 million worth of stock in the month of December alone. This is across the aisle kind of deal. It's not just Pelosi, it's both sides. Right behind McCall was Democrat Congressman Ro Khanna of California. MarketWatch reports he bought nearly $33.6 million in stock and sold over $19.1 million. Third on the list, Tennessee's Republican Representative Mark Green. Fourth, Washington Democrat Representative Suzanne Delbene. Pelosi was actually the eighth biggest trader in 2021, according to MarketWatch. Now, what's interesting, Khanna's wife invested thousands of dollars in some of the nation's biggest fossil fuel polluters, despite her husband, Khanna, being an advocate for the new Green Deal. Newsweek also reported Democratic Congresswoman Lois Frankel also invested in fossil fuel companies despite being a member of the Progressive Caucus. That's the group that supports clean energy efforts. You see, it's okay if I'm going to make money on it. That's the reality we live in. Morning, Larry. What's happening? Happy Thursday.
Happy Thursday. Wow. That's probably the tip of the iceberg. All the insider trading that you just talked about.
Yep.
I bet it goes on in a lot of other areas, such as contract awards on a local basis. The old saying, to the victor go the spoils. I don't think it's being interpreted quite the way it was meant to be when it was first stated. What do you think?
Correct.
Steve, I heard something on the news last night here locally in the Louisville market that just blows me away to no end. There is a council member in Louisville Metro government. I don't know his name. I didn't catch it in the newscast, but because of issues with the jail and overcrowding in the jail and a lot of other things, his proposal is to pay the fines of misdemeanors that are incarcerated because they couldn't pay the fine. Now, if the government is going to pay your fine, help me here, understand this, what's the deterrent from doing the deed?
None whatsoever. And the government doesn't have any money, less the money they take from the working taxpayers, the working people. So basically, we're going to go to work to pay taxes to pay the criminals' fine. Is that it?
That's kind of the way I interpreted it last night. I wish I had the gentleman's name, Louisville Metro council member, but to me, that's just totally insane that the government is going to assess the fine, but then the government is going to pay your fine.
Wow.
I don't understand that logic. But everybody gets a trophy, right?
Well, maybe they'll toss in a crack pipe when they're done.
You never know. I mean, there's got to be some fringe benefits to it now. So I don't know, just crazy stuff. Giving people, if you go by some of these meth clinics over in Lawrenceburg, there's one that you see people lined up to get their fix, to get their hit, and the government's paying that. Sure, I understand that some people who have gotten hung up on drugs for one reason or another deserve and need our help. But I think it goes beyond those folks that deserve and need our help to the abusers that we're co-sponsoring.
You can't make up the fact that, I know they're talking about for the heroin addicts, giving out like free needles or whatever to prevent them from sharing the needles and to prevent AIDS and whatnot, hepatitis, I guess. I don't know. The crack pipes. I mean, the department, the Health and Human Services, apparently the wording for them said crack cocaine, methamphetamine, or any other illicit drug.
The next step, now this is going to be controversial and some people are going to hate me for saying this, but I'm just kind of sharing my personal feelings. In the welfare circles, how many unwed mothers have 6 kids by 5 different fathers that we're supporting? So maybe birth control could be distributed or something of that nature. I don't know.
There's an idea. All right. Well, Larry, hey, good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in. We're up to our bottom of the hour news update. We've shared several stories in recent months, especially when deer season was in full swing there, hunting season, about COVID showing up in deer, the white-tailed deer population in a number of states. Now they're telling us apparently the discovery of the Omicron variant in white-tailed deer in New York, raising concerns that the species white-tailed deer, we've got like 30 million of them here in the U.S., could become the host of a new strain. So says the new lead researcher. The new strain. Well, you know, Omicron's calming down, so we got to keep this going until we finally reach the election strain. That's the last one before the 22 election. So everyone has to mail ballots in. Can't go to the actual polling locations to vote. Can you see that happening? News break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
France's president meets with Russia and Ukraine presidents separately as tensions continue.
As French President Macron invited his Ukrainian counterpart Zelensky in Kyiv on Tuesday for diplomatic talks on the country's crisis with Russia, Moscow said there were points of convergence laid out by Macron during his 5-hour meeting with Russian President Putin a day earlier. But the Kremlin denies that the two leaders had agreed to de-escalate the tense standoff at the Ukrainian border. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
The White House says students and teachers should continue to wear masks to prevent the spread of COVID-19 in schools, even as Democratic states lift mask mandates. Press Secretary Jen Psaki emphasized flexibility on Wednesday and said the White House is evaluating the data. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Water. It's essential to life, but it's also something that so many of us here in America take for granted. Imagine how different your life would be without access to clean water in your home. What if you had to walk to the nearest creek, stream, lake, or pond to get water? Suddenly, going to work and school wouldn't be an option because you and your children would have to spend your days collecting water. This is the day-to-day reality of most families living in the world's poorest countries. But what if I told you that you can change that reality for just pennies a day? Through our water projects, Food for the Poor is working to meet the need for water in 17 impoverished countries. But it won't happen without you. Incredibly, it only takes $15 to provide a child access to clean water for life. $15, decades and decades of access to water for a child. Give the life-changing gift of water now. Just text USA Radio to 91999. Text USA Radio, all one word, to 91999.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive. You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to service all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
So back to the whitetail deal. Blood and some nasal swab samples from 131 deer captured on Staten Island, revealing nearly 15% had the Omicron virus antibodies, suggesting that the animals had previous coronavirus infections and were vulnerable to repeated reinfections with new variants. Researchers led by Pennsylvania State University scientists say circulation of the virus in an animal population always raises the possibility of getting back to humans. But more importantly, it provides more opportunities for the virus to evolve into novel variants. When the virus completely mutates, then it can escape the protection of the current vaccine, so we'd have to change the vaccine again. This discovery, the first time Omicron was detected in a wild animal, as the surge of infections are abating among the human population. They say currently there's no evidence that animals are transmitting the virus to humans. Most coronavirus infections were reported in species that had close contact with a person with COVID. Now, how they know, tell me how you know if a damn deer has been in contact with someone who has COVID. That's their statement. I just pass what they tell us along. All right, Horse Feathers, hey there. Thanks for hanging in there.
Thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. Oh, don't you go out and pet the deer every morning?
Exactly.
Got that one guy on TikTok there. He's got a deer named Buddy. He's got a whole yard full of them there. Buddy, with big antlers, comes right in his house and takes snacks from him. I think he kisses them, too. Between him and his deer. What happens between him and his deer can stay, whatever. But anyway there. I don't know if I've been listening there on the we're getting to the end of the day here. I've been listening on the new format there. The
TNC Radio.live.
Radio.live, yes, sir. And they do a pretty hard break there at the top of the hour. So where you're running over, they're actually doing their hard break, and then they're actually going back to you, and you're still finishing up for the top of the hour.
I asked him about that this past day, so I do need to get on, I guess, the atomic clock, the hard clock for the top of the. I asked him about that, but right now my clocks are not in agreement here. I'm looking at one. I've got 4:41 and 30 seconds here. I got 4:40 and 37 seconds there, and both of those are probably wrong. I've got to get the atomic clock thing out and set. I do have this atomic clock in the studio. I've got to take it like outdoors for it, I guess, to get because it uses like the feed from the cell phone towers or whatever, and it links up. Then when I bring it back in here, I guess there's just like too much radio interference, and it loses the tower feed and gets off sequence.
Yeah. And the other thing, I didn't know if there was any way. I mean, I don't know if they have their time on their website or whatever. You know, if the clock runs on their website, that you see their time, so you know. But they do their their identification.
Yep.
Who they are,
that's what he
who
told
they're
me.
owned by.
Yep.
Yeah, station identification is the top of every hour, and they go off to that, and you're in the middle of a conversation at that time when they're doing it.
Everything else works correct, though, right? Everything else is floating, because I did ask him. I said at the bottom of the hour, if I don't hit the news till like 32, is that okay? And he said that's fine. But yeah, the top of the hour.
The bottom of the hour.
Yep.
And I guess the last thing I got for you had somebody call in there and said up there in Wisconsin that the women are going out running around in their T-shirts at 30 degrees.
That's what she said. She was a Wisconsinite. She said at 30 degrees, us Wisconsin girls are out in T-shirts.
I tell you what, you better be careful, because Knuckle Buster is going to be up there looking for high beam headlights.
Big time high beams, yes.
Yeah. Now, did she say if she's wearing the Steve Sommers overnight drive T-shirts to have the Steve Sommers all up there and poking out and everything? Or
bodacious, yes. No, she didn't mention that. No.
Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe we need to get some Steve Sommers swag sent up there to Wisconsin.
And then send photos. Send photos. The question for you was when they have you've got the waiver for the propane and the heating fuel and all that. When you go into Pennsylvania, like last weekend with the storm, when they have these different tiers of restrictions, I think his question was under a tier 4 restriction. Are you still allowed under that waiver to run, or are you also banned from moving?
As far as I know, we are still banned from that. I mean, the only thing we're exempted from is the hours of service. But that that banning is only for the interstate highways. So if we want to run the state highways and not be on the interstates, everybody's still free to drive on the state highways.
Okay.
So unless there's an emergency come out that shuts down all traffic on all highways, but those bans are normally just for the interstates, and they'll do it on some of the big U.S. highways that like US 30 that goes from York over to Lancaster, and US 222, which goes from Lancaster, goes from before that, but from the Lancaster area on up towards Allentown, they'll put those restrictions into those highways as well. But for the most part, the regular state highways are still open, as I say, unless they put in a regular state mandate for an emergency, which would pretty much be one to shut down all traffic, I would assume.
Okay. Yeah, because I don't know if you heard the email. He said, I guess someone in his company was saying that since they're running under the exemption for COVID supplies, I think it was that's the national exemption that's been in place for damn near 2 years now, and they felt that they could still run under that exemption.
Yeah, the problem with that exemption is there's a lot of we've looked into that a little bit, and there's a lot of T's to cross and I's to dot, and there's a lot of federal federal paperwork that has to go with that for proof that you're actually delivering to the relief of the COVID issue.
Yeah.
And it's really kind of hard to prove. I mean, you know, it's like those places, they use propane, but for me to say that I'm taking it to from a stock facility to a distribution facility because 5 gallons of my 10,000 gallons is going to get used for COVID relief isn't an acceptable,
correct,
percentage to say that I'm doing that for COVID relief. They can't, you can't just have 5 gallons out of a 10,000 gallon load that's going to it and say, well, yeah, that just wants to do COVID, so I'm exempt. It doesn't. You gotta show that you're actually delivering to the relief effort where it's needed.
Okay.
And really is down, I think, pretty much just the medical supplies at this point. I mean, it's really even hard to show the food part, I think, to really prove the food part, even because, I mean, after 3 years, how much has things gotten back to normal? I mean, so
well, there's still a lot of bare space in the frozen food section and the meat department and things like that in the groceries. That's all I know still to this day, but thanks for answering the question there. Let me grab a Scenic Route this morning. Hi there.
Hey, Steve, I don't think you've actually ever thanked me for making my call, so I need to thank you before I go forward.
Thank you for making your call, Scenic Route. Good to have you with us.
All right. Very, very well done. Hey, you're talking about 2022 midterms. What do you think? Do you think we're going to have a huge red wave and the Republicans and conservatives are going to sweep back into power and take control of the government? What do you think?
I full well 100% expect that to occur. The only thing that's we're not going to get a super majority in the Senate, so it's still going to be tough going.
2016. Well, the Russian collusion thing, I think pretty much everybody knows, and Durham's investigating it. How much stock I put in that, I don't know. It's taken years.
Yep.
But everybody pretty much acknowledges that Hillary Clinton paid for that whole thing. That was a total concoction, okay? And up until that point, that was the biggest political scandal in history of this country. Until 2020. 2020... I believe it was stolen. I believe it was a collusion between the elites, the government, and China to release the COVID virus and take Trump out. And in spite of all their efforts, it took shutting down at least 4 states, I think it was more, shutting down the election for a period of several hours, because then they knew how many votes they had to fabricate.
Yeah, I know.
To steal the election.
There's still the big question mark in many people's minds. Yes.
That was the biggest political scandal in history of this country. 2022, everybody's pointing to that, saying, okay, we're going to make everything right then. I don't think we're going to have 2022 midterms.
Oh, really?
We already know that we already know that these people will stop at nothing to retain power.
So what's it going to be?
Most people now,
we use the COVID. The COVID that was the excuse for 2020's election. We can't stretch that all the way into 22, can we? Could they do that?
No. But this great Build Back Better. That's a global thing. They were planning on a great reset. They were planning, the global elites were planning on crashing the economy, crashing the central bank economy, and instituting something new, whatever that is. There's going to be something that happens here before the 2022 midterms. They are not going to allow us to take control from them. They're going to maintain control somehow, some way. So all I'm saying right now is if you're not prepared for a great cataclysm before the 22 elections, you better get ready. My wife and I are. We've got a place to bug out with like-minded people to defend against this thing. I do not believe that the 2022, the Democrats and the elites, they know what's going to happen if the elections are held. So they're not going to allow it to happen.
Well,
I firmly believe that.
That's a
buckle up.
hell of a
Buckle
conspiracy theory there. Scenic Route, big-time conspiracy theory. But hey, one man's opinion. Time will tell. We'll find out between now and November, right? Who knows? And just look at look what's going on around the planet right now. It sounds like, I had some positive vibes about the French president's statements after meeting with Vladimir Putin, making it sound as though they had kind of agreed that they're going to ratchet things down a bit. The tensions were being lessened. We're going to work toward a diplomatic resolution. Then the following day, Russia says, no, hell, that ain't true. No, we didn't say that. All right, final timeout. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Actually came across a photo that was posted like 16 hours ago via Facebook. And the caption says, you've hit a heat wave at 30 degrees when a Wisconsin girl comes out in a T-shirt. It was 36 degrees. Yeah, she took a selfie out there. Snow in the background. She's in a T-shirt. Okay. I guess they bust out the Daisy Dukes at 35, right? Well, you say, Gilligan, hey there.
Hey, Steve. Something I wanted to touch on the last call. Have you heard anything from Knuckle Buster on the update on his daughter?
Nothing. Have not heard a word. No follow-up, and I forgot. Yeah, that's obviously why he hasn't called in again. So yeah, I've got his number, but I wouldn't want to call him at this early morning hour. But
no, absolutely. Yeah, it was one thing I was touching. I meant to touch on this deal with these trailers. And you brought up your neighbor's camper. Now, I've got a friend. Well, he's one of our drivers on the shuttle out of Winchester. That just bought a 42-foot 9-inch camper, fifth wheel camper. That camper weighs 16,000 pounds. Now, these trailers I'm talking about, the cars, vehicles on a boat.
right.
They're not over 20,000 pounds. They're right at it. We're talking pushing these vehicles into the commercial range stuff. The one caller brought up building up the suspensions and stuff. I don't see the upgrade. They're probably not upgrading the brakes on these. To me, this is unsafe. That's my opinion on it. I think he even agreed with me. That they're violating the law with this. And I'm seeing this more and more here on 81. Granted, if you're out in the flatlands, they're in Indiana and Ohio and stuff, there's hills out there. I know that. I've run all over them states. But you don't have the mountains like you do over here. But still, you're still running a risk running this kind of way on a dually pickup. That's pretty much my point. And it seems like this has got to be in violation of the law. Okay?
I guess someone's got to fight. I guess someone's got to come across them. I don't know what the weight restrictions or limits on said vehicles would be, but hey, we got to close it out there though. Rolling up to top of the hour. For our friends listening via tncradio.live, keep it right here for last night's encore presentation of The Train Station with Bill and Jim. Then it's Reverse Gear. Ron Samuels, the maestro, brings you the history of popular music and so much more. We will see you back at the midnight hour tonight via overnightdriveradio.com or tncradio.live and talk all things Hot Shot Secret for a Friday morning. Hope you'll join us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.